How's it going, guys? Howard, Walter, how's your day been?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Yeah, not too bad.
Fantastic. Yeah, really good. Thank you. I have a trade that's just about to hit TP, so I've been holding it since Asia.
Oh, wow. Nice.
It's been a hell of a long trade. Well, actually, not since Asia, since London session.
Cool. Yeah. Maybe show us, Walter, if you want to start the session before.
You go for it. Yeah, I've fairly recently entered a long position in euro dollars. So, but you go for it first, Walter, then we'll talk you through.
Yeah, no problemo. All right, give me 2 seconds. Let me just switch over. Hey guys, hey viewers, plug it in. Hope you guys are well. Any questions? Again, we can see your comments, so please feel free to leave it in the comments, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Yep.
Sure.
It should come up now. Yeah.
All right. So there we go. So that's like this is a long trade on gold that I took.
Oh wow.
Just like towards the start of London. It's a nice 1-2 R to R. Nice. And actually, well, to be precise, actually, my entry wasn't at the order block. My entry was at the imbalance. So it's like a 1-3 on this trade. But yeah, so it was a very simple setup because from Asia, we saw that the market was super bearish going into that sort of like, there's a very key area of liquidity that I was looking at, which was this unmitigated bullish order block right there, right? So that was the next form of sell side for me on the 4 hour. And then on top of that, there was, of course, the 1 hour pool of liquidity that was also sort of like resided. So this is, again, a 1 hour bullish order block. There was also this prior low. So yeah, so the general idea was there was a full bearish cycle on the 15 minutes time frame. So we have 1, 2, 3 extension into that H4 SST. And then the 30 minutes was the same, a full bearish cycle, third leg, and then 3x. And then there was a 15-minute break of structure to the upside. So this is a number 1. And then this was the first high created after the break of structure. So again, this is just my textbook style setup. Nice. Break of structure, retest of that order block, and then a rally into these prior highs. So now that that's done, the question is, of course, like, what's next, right? Because you guys are plugging in to look for something in New York session. So this is obviously a full bullish cycle going up. The market came down, traded into this. It's very easy to miss. It was a fair value gap, or what I like to call an imbalance. And then there was a reset. So a reset of the trend. So this is the now beginning number 1. And then it goes into number 2 right there. And then it goes on to number 3, right? So number 3 is now that third and final leg that we're seeing. So at this point, I'm anticipating some sort of reversal back into the range. And again, seeing how prices move. So prices pretty much moved around 1 times ADR on gold in both directions. So we've seen a very aggressive move to the downside and a very aggressive move to the upside. It's a very classic AMD structure. So accumulation, manipulation to the downside, and a bullish distribution back towards the high of Asia. So it's a very, very classic structure that we're seeing today. And then on
the daily chart, a big level it tested on the recent breakdown, didn't it? On the daily chart, and it's kind of reversed quite nicely.
Indeed. Yeah, I'm going to get onto the daily shortly. I'm just going to update my 30 minutes level just to see where I'm at with the trend. So there's 1, that's 2, and again, so there's a massive alignment with both the 30 minutes and the 15 minutes. So they're both in that sort of like last and final stage of bullishness. But yeah, so if we take a look on the daily, so this is what I'm seeing for gold over the next few weeks. I do see the high that formed at 3.5K being potentially a high that will be around for a while. So of course, there's something called seasonal tendencies, and gold has hit the high at a time where it typically hits the high. And has hit the highest point within the year for the past like 4 to 5 years. And that's usually sort of like towards the end of Q1 going into Q2. So there is a likelihood that we could see gold trade away from this level and basically just like could just accumulate within this range for the rest of the year, right? And then maybe like going into next year, then we could see gold maybe potentially taking out the low of this range if it doesn't do that this year. and then before we see a renewed bullish sentiment to the upside. But for now, I do see this high being potentially the highest point for gold. But again, anything can change, right? The next couple of days, price could move all the way up here, and my bias could completely flip on its head. So I'm just going based on what I'm seeing right now. And then on the 4-hour time frame, same thing. So 4 hours is still like very firmly within a bullish trend. So this is a very simple classic structure where we saw the market break structure to the downside, give that second leg, retested this bearish order block, and is now traded back down, taking out this low and retesting, and obviously, and filling this imbalance that remained prior opened. So this is a very classic structure that took place right here. But now what I see on the 4 hours, so the 4 hours given obviously this initial breaker structure to the downside, and right now price is traded into that fair value gap after the breaker structure. So I do see a potential scenario where the market could trade into this imbalance, and then from this imbalance we could then see a rejection to the downside, and then we could see a potential bearish continuation. Because again, there's a lot of areas where the price could trade into to the downside, and of course there's 800 EMA that is sitting perfectly at where this low of 2,960 dollars is sitting. So 4 hours indicating potential bearishness. Market is traded into a very key area of liquidity right now. And then the 1 hour, pretty much the same thing. So what we're seeing is a full bearish cycle on a 1 hour time frame. What we're now seeing is the reversal of this bearish cycle. So now the question is whether price is going to reset short. So this is where the breaker structure took place on the 1 hour, or price could potentially trade into one of these 1 hour imbalances, right? So we can see price trade into one of these 1 hour imbalances to the downside, give one final high to the upside. So take out the recent high, potentially even using this 800 EMA as an area of dynamic resistance. And then we can see a rejection of the 800 EMA to the downside. So this is a sort of like a structure that I can sort of envision taking place right now. So again, that sort of bullish break on the 1 hour, retest of a key area of liquidity, takes out the recent high, trades into that 800 EMA, and then from there we could see a rejection to the downside. Again, I don't put a lot of focus and emphasis on the HTF. The reason being is because I stalk the 15 and 30 minutes trend, but the 1 hour, 4 hour just allows me to get an idea of when the market could potentially reset, or when the market could potentially give that bullish continuation to the upside. So for now, with gold, we've seen the completion of a bullish cycle. If there is going to be a new move in New York, that would only happen if A, price breaks structure to the downside on the 15 minutes or the 30 minutes time frame, or both. And then from there, I'll be looking to do exactly the same thing that I did down here, which is take that retest continuation. Or B, we could see the market reset long. So the way that will look like is we could see a very aggressive shift to the downside, and then the market could give a new 15 minutes break of structure to the upside. That will be a bullish reset. And then I'll just be simply looking to take that as a bullish continuation towards obviously either the 800 EMA up here or towards this unmitigated. So if you take a look at this, this is an unmitigated bearish order block, meaning price shifted away from this range, but it didn't retest it. So what we could see is the market retest order block before potential continuation to the downside. So right now, it's just waiting. Either direction is bearish or it's any. I'm just going to wait for price to show me where it wants to go. So yeah, so that was that full call. Did you guys want to take a look at update on Bitcoin as well? Or did you have any questions?
No. I read your analysis. You're just breaking up there a bit, Walter.
Oh, right.
Seems they're frozen. He's frozen.
I'm frozen. Am I back now? Hey,
yeah, we lost you there a bit, Walter.
Oh, I'm back now.
Yeah, maybe Howard lets Walter. Can you hear us? There he is. Back.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
That was bizarre. I didn't realize. I thought the connection was going perfectly seamless. I didn't realize I'd been cut off.
You're back 100%.
Oh,
No, good trade.
okay,
you took
awesome.
there.
So,
It's nice when everything lines up like that on gold. So targets.
yeah, I mean, it has been, yeah. So it's nice to have a one smooth trade, because this week, as in all honesty, being a little bit frustrated, where I've either had no trades or like yesterday, I took this trade long. So I basically saw this as a potential reversal to the upside. So the market gave a break of structure. I took an entry there, stop loss went below the low, and I was simply just looking to take a trade to this high. But in New York, New York Open, the market had a very different idea. I got stopped out. So it's nice to be able to be back in profit for the week.
Gotcha.
But yeah,
nice.
And then for Bitcoin, so with Bitcoin dollar, this has been a nice one. So I know right now a lot of people are thinking, is the market dumping again? Well, let's take a look at the bigger picture. I tell you where I see Bitcoin going, because this structure is if you look at gold and you look at Bitcoin, right? I see them as relative. I see gold being like a long lost brother to Bitcoin, but they're sort of somewhat related. So if you look at Bitcoin, right, on the 4-hour time frame, what I do see here is a bearish break of structure to the downside right there. So again, where my yellow line is, that's the initial low, that's the highest high. Price broke to the downside, gave a fair value gap, right? Price then retested obviously that high. So obviously there's a fair value gap, but there's also this bearish order block, right? The market traded right into that order block. So now, just based on this structure, where do you think price is headed? It's going to head back down here, no doubt. Down here meaning 100,712, right? And what's also sitting down there is this very nice fair value gap as well. So just generally speaking, the way I see Bitcoin moving is right now to the downside onto 100K or below. And then from there, we could see maybe a rejection to the upside, and we could see maybe a bullishness, or we could potentially even see price slump even lower, right? But for now, again, I can't see the future. I can only see a few hours ahead. I do see the potential of a bearish continuation on Bitcoin dollar. The market is now sitting in a very, very key price point. So it's traded. So obviously we've seen bearishness at the start of the day, traded right into this fair value gap, right? So again, just going off the 4-hour, I see a potential of price rejecting that fair value gap and giving that continuation to the downside. But let me take a look and see what the 15 to 30 is saying, because if there is going to be a setup in New York, I think it will most likely be in Bitcoin than it is going to be in gold, because gold is giving its major move for the day. So with Bitcoin, price is now given it looks like on the 30 minutes anyways, we've seen a bullish break of structure to the downside, right? Simple. No, to the upside. So bullish break to the upside, we have obviously this fair value gap, right? So again, price could retest and give that continuation. But Walter, that goes against your 4-hour bearish bias. I know it does, but bear with me. 15 minutes, same thing. So again, we have a bullish break of structure to the upside. The market has now completed the cycle on the 15. So we can see the market has delivered a 1, 2, 3. In terms of key areas of liquidity that the market could be heading to on the 1 hour, 2 areas to focus on is number 1, at the close of this candle, there's going to be a swing high that would form right there. I'll call that a new high. But of course, we'll see where the candle closes in the next 30 minutes. But also another key area is, of course, going to be this imbalance that is sitting right there. So this is the picture that I see taking place in New York today for Bitcoin. So just based on the fact that the 15 minutes, I do see the 30 minutes. So again, so I froze slightly for a second.
Gone a bit weird. Gone a bit weird again.
Yeah, I did. Right. So guys, so 30 minutes, do something like this. I do see the 30 minutes. And it may not necessarily retest this. If it does, nice. But I'd expect it to. It will just give a small touch to the downside. And then from there, we could see a high, right? And the high trade above number. And ideally, that high trade into this value gap, right? The reason being is because that would mitigate this very order block that was in the H session. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to sell straight away. So with you guys, or have you lost me?
No, you're back again. It's weird. It's just like goes on for like 30 seconds and then comes back.
Yeah, I tested my connection today. I'm not sure what's happening. I do apologize again.
No, all good.
But so I do see the market potentially trading into this order block, and then from there we could see a rejection to the downside. And then after that, I'm not just going to sell straight away. What I do want to see on the 15 minutes is a break of structure to the downside. Again, a very similar structure of what I took here long, but I just want to see the opposite of this. So I want to see a bearish break to the downside. I'll be looking to take a trade from the order block, and I'll be looking to go short. And of course, my first target will be the low of the day. And then my secondary target would be this low all the way down here, so the low of 100, because I do see the market trading down to 100,712 on Bitcoin over the next few hours, or even potentially over the next few days. So yeah, so that's what I see on Bitcoin right now. Bias is bearish, just based on 4 hour, based on the 1 hour. But right now I'm bullish based on the intraday cycle, so I'm not going to sell right now. But I'm also not going to buy because that goes against my 4 hour bias, and I could be caught off guard. Like I got caught off guard yesterday when I took this short, when I took this long against a bearish 1 hour and 4 hour. So I don't want to make the same mistake twice. So yeah, so a Bitcoin, although I'm short on a high time frame, it's currently long on the lower time frame. So I think unless you want to go against that, it's better to just sit on your hands and wait for a decent short setup to take shape.
Cool.
So that is my view, guys. Any questions on this or additions before I hand it over?
Yeah, pretty clear.
Yeah,
analysis there. Again, well done on the trade on gold.
Yeah,
awesome.
Nice.
Thank you.
One. It's been a tough one to be long of, I think, over the last few sessions. So good, nice to get in there.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been a very I tried longing yesterday and that failed. So I was a little bit fearful taking this long, but I was just just follow the plan. You know, and yeah, you got to stick to the plan. Yeah. All right, I shall hand it over to Howard or Richard. I'm not sure who wants to go next.
Yeah, do you want to do your opening bell, Richard, or do you want me to jump in?
No, I still got 15 minutes before anything really happens. Yeah, so please go ahead.
No worries. Okay, let's dive in. Okay, so as I say, bought some euro dollar. Looks like it's going against me a little bit. It's been quite a choppy day today, but on balance for me, the structure is such that I think we've traced out 5 waves up from the low. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I believe that this is either the first leg of the correction or the complete correction, which is why I'm kind of probing I've been probing the long side. So today, look, I think I kind of bought a bit of a breakout and it came back against me, but my stop is under the this earlier pullback low, 111.78. We're at 112 even at the moment. So maybe, just maybe, we kind of chop around here and then sideways, and then it looks like it should be breaking higher at some point. Interestingly enough, also, we've got this kind of 3-wave move down, an ABC move down. So I think that is kind of, as long as this low holds, that seems to be really, really constructive for me. So a kind of a 1, 2, and possibly a 1 followed by a mini 2 there. And this could be early stages of the move that takes us up to new highs for this new uptrend. Obviously, once we break above earlier session highs, then that really will kick it off for me. 112.28, 112.30 plus, then I think it's acceleration time. I've got an initial target of obviously the swing high, because it could well be a kind of a range type thing, so kind of an A, B, and a C, and then we go up again. But I'm kind of quite cognizant of the fact that this is kind of a major corrective low within the long-term uptrend. If we go back to let's kick it off with the weekly. So my weekly wave count is such that we made a major low back in September 22. We had the first leg up, followed by an ABC down for wave 2. That line's kind of moved a little bit. Okay, and this line was also, I think, at 112.15, so that was where it was. So we've had a kind of a first wave up, followed by a second wave ABC down there for wave 2, and then obviously the subsequent action from this this swing low and back in January, I think is kind of the early stages of a third wave, which takes us up to much higher levels on a long-term basis. So zooming into more kind of shorter term action. So obviously we had this kind of the last few weeks, the dollar has been appreciating a little bit. But I guess that's only natural after the almost exaggerated ramp up that we've had of late. So I see this pullback as a corrective pullback within the major uptrend, a correction within this kind of cycle here. So maybe, just maybe, we have made the low for the correction at 110.65 or so. We're at 112.03 now. So that could well be the bottom of that correction. That's really what I'm kind of working on. And that kind of 5-wave structure on the intraday charts kind of confirms the low for me. Also, to be fair, I was kind of expecting this this zone here to hold the correction, 112.15 to 112. What is it? 112.75. But it went a little bit lower. We had the some kind of good trade news over the weekend, so we had that kind of gap opening on Monday and a flush out. But we had turnaround Tuesday, and since then it's been holding up quite well. So big picture for me is corrective low here, swing, probably a corrective low early this week, and then we should be starting to accelerate this this major trend higher. So that's really why I've had a bullish stance on this thing, and I'm taking buy signals most of the time to join this this trend that should be resuming. In my opinion. Any views on that one, guys?
No, all good. My side.
No, all good for me as well.
Cool. Okay, onto the daily. So here's obviously the daily chart. So we kind of topped at 115.73. Had that big down candle followed by some sideways, then down, sideways, and then down. So a kind of I guess a developing downtrend, a mini downtrend here, but it looks like it may well have run its course down here, 110.65. So again, should we break through yesterday's high, that I think would be quite positive, because we'll have had a rebound from the low, an attempt at breaking higher, then a pullback, but not a big pullback, and then today we're starting to work higher. So once we can take out yesterday's high, that for me would be a really good signal. I guess in a similar way to this one was, where we had the kind of the upper shadow here, pull back, and then the next day we go. I like those situations where the market tries to break higher but settles back inside the previous day's range, because then you get people come in and they look at the candle and they start selling into it, because it looks like it looks like it's kind of maybe the halfway completed kind of evening star type thing, but obviously once you take out the high, it's invalidated and away you go, which is kind of what happens there. So for me the whole thing looks quite constructive, so just probing the long side. So that's that one. Onto sterling dollar cable. So I haven't got any other trades going at the moment, but pretty much it's the same kind of picture for me on some of these other dollar crosses. Okay. On the weekly chart cable, again, like euro dollar, made that big low back in September 22, had the first leg up. Looks to me like a kind of an irregular flat second wave, so a kind of A down, 3 wave up for B, and then C down for the low. Although it didn't take out the A leg low, but you might want to call it a running correction if you're into the Elliott wave stuff. But either way, I think that is the bottom of the correction, within this new multi-month, multi-year bull cycle. And obviously, since the low, we've come all the way back up, and we've retraced all of that decline. So big picture, still very, very positive for me. Zooming, and obviously it kind of, we had these kind of upper shadows at the previous swing high, which is, I guess, is only natural to see a little bit of profit taking at a previous swing high within a trend. So a little bit of, you know, two big powerful up weeks, then higher, back down, higher, back down, and then higher, then back down. So we're in a corrective phase, I think, but quite possibly, like with euro dollar, maybe this week's low is the bottom of it. It seems that we are, obviously we're Thursday at the moment, and we're kind of towards the end of the week, and it looks like we're settling in the upper end of this week's range. So barring anything major happening tonight or tomorrow, maybe we close here, and that signals the end of the correction, and next week we go higher. That would be the ideal kind of. So I guess similar to this kind of thing and this kind of thing here, where you've had a pullback, lower shadow, closing the top of the range. Next week, boom, lower shadow, closing the top of the range, boom, that kind of thing. So it could be a story for next week for a resumption of the major trend. But for me, I'm kind of anticipating that we have seen the bottom of the correction, and looking on the long side of the market. Let's go to the shorter term stuff on cable. I know a lot of people on here like to look at sterling, trade sterling in the short term. So again, from the low, it looks to me like we've got a nice 5-wave sequence from the low. So a kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, and a 5. So that for me is like an impulsive first wave higher. That looks like a second wave lower, or if not, maybe the first leg of it, like an A leg. So that could be the bottom of the correction. We're starting to work higher. It may be a choppy B wave, and we see one more flush down. Or alternatively, we could just be stepping higher, and then we start to accelerate. So we'll see how that one plays out. But for me, I would say that is probably the bottom of the correction, purely because we didn't really break down earlier today. So we had a kind of pushed higher, pull back, higher, back, and we've broken through the previous intraday high, and we seem to be settling around the top end of the range. So it looks to be quite constructive going into tomorrow. So yeah, that looks to be quite positive. On to dollar yen. So again, you'll see a very similar picture on a lot of these dollar crosses, whereby this week we've had an extension of the corrective bounce in the dollar, but here we are settling at the lower end of the week's range. So again, big picture on dollar yen for me is a toppy picture, where it looks like we're forming a big top pattern after a very long multi-year rally. 161.95, I think, is the top of the previous bull market. There's the first wave down. It bases out around the previous reaction low. ABC rally didn't make a new high, and then we top out, and here we are, we're breaking down. So I think the ABC rally gives it away. I think that's kind of a 1 and a 2, and this is all part of a kind of a first wave of a larger decline to the downside. So again, zooming into this week's candle so far, it's looking like a long upper shadow by the end of this week, unless we see something amazing in the next day and a half or day and a bit. So again, as with sterling and as with euro, I'd imagine that that's probably the end of the correction, and that next week we should start to see some dollar selling. I was actually looking for this thing to top out below this previous support level, 146.5 or so. It went a little bit above it, just like euro dollar came a little bit below my support level. But here we are, we're back beneath it. So it looks to me like one one of those kind of flush out moves where you've it looks bullish, and it kind of sucks in a lot of buyers that think that's the bottom of the market, and here we are kind of sitting at the lower end of the range. So it looks to me like that's the end of the correction. Any thoughts on that one, guys?
No, it's just a little bit slow there on the dollar index.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'll come back. But I mean, that's not a real significant bounce, to be dead honest. I think a lot of people are getting excited, the pro dollars or the bulls. But yeah, definitely also I kind of feel that your Elliott wave count, at least on the higher time frame there, is still bearish.
Yeah. Yeah, it's it'll need to do a lot more damage on the upside to kind of change that for me.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I am on dollar yen. It seems that dollar yen's held up quite nicely because the yen crosses have been quite positive of late. They've kind of held at the upper end of their ranges. So it seems that the yen has kind of outperformed. I don't know whether that continues because this could be a selling area. So I guess it remains to be seen, but it's been kind of this is kind of the top of its range. So unless you get a kind of a big push higher on this thing, maybe dollar yen will start to take leadership on the way down. But obviously we need to see this thing kind of come back and confirm a high, I think, on euro yen and on sterling yen. Sterling yen, a very similar kind of picture there, where it's been in a range and we're kind of struggling now at the top end of the range. Not one I love to trade too much. I think it's got itself into a bit of a non-trending phase. So unless you're doing something
chopping up and down.
Yeah. Unless you're doing something on the shorter term charts, or just looking at a daily candle and maybe looking for some kind of continuation. But it does look to be kind of no clear kind of trend signals on a long-term perspective. Okay, so onto the Aussie. So Aussie dollar weekly. So this one, I think, has made a major low on the weekly chart here. So we got this big level that it based at back end of 2022. So a big rally, came back down and just stuck in a range, and then came down again. People buying at this level, and then we got the flush out when the bad news on the tariffs came out, and that saw the Aussie kind of fall out of bed. But then the following week we got that big engulfing weekly candlestick. So the location of this suggests to me that we've seen a major low for the Aussie dollar. And we've subsequently rallied and closed on a weekly basis back above the previous resistance level here. So it looks like we're kind of quite constructive on a weekly basis. And maybe we're kind of heading towards the top end of this range, multi-week, multi-month. Onto the daily. Daily, it looks like we're kind of struggling a little bit after this breakout. So it'll be interesting to see whether it needs to break down through some of these supports before it makes its low. But overall, I think if this level can hold next few days and we start to kind of work higher, then that for me will be the kind of signal that we're ready to go. But at the moment, that seems to be a little bit kind of struggling a little bit on the upside. So it looks like we've got a bit more sideways chop to do before we can finally go on this one. Onto the Canadian. So this one is seeing a stronger bounce. Okay, let's have a look. So yeah, big picture. Obviously, this one I think is quite bearish because we've had this rejection from this big value, this overvaluation level here. So big resistance levels coming in. So rejection, bounce, swing, and now we're seeing a corrective bounce from the recent low. So this one, to me, looks like a counter trend bounce that probably stops below this broken support level, 41.50. We're at 40 at the moment, so we're kind of toying with this this old ceiling as well. This level here, which was the old ceiling, so it's actually back above it now. But we're kind of we've got a lot of I think a lot of people that are kind of trapped after this breakout of this level. So yeah, this one again, a bit like the Aussie. I think it's counter trend, but it would be nice to see some kind of attempt at topping before having another go at the short side on this thing. I think in the short term, it still seems to be a bit like the Aussie, I suppose. A bit more, maybe a little bit more of a push higher before it can top out. So I'm kind of steering clear of that one, at least for the time being, till we can see a bit of selling coming in.
Howard, can I just quickly interrupt you there? I'm going to take a trade here. I've actually just took a trade.
Go for it. Yeah, the screen's yours.
So I couldn't really share that yet. Let's go.
Go for it.
Let's go. Let me just share that. Right, so I took the opening range breakout trade here on the NASDAQ. Basically, this little box here is the opening range from 9:30 till 9:45, 5-minute time frame. We had a break now to the downside, and I got filled at a little pullback there. I wanted to put a little bit upwards, that sell limit order, but yeah, if you do see fast moves these days with this strategy particularly, you've got to be quite aggressive getting into a trade. So I'm going to place a stop loss above this box here, or above that range. And if I just go quickly to, or just actually zoom out a little bit here. We got the overnight. Let's just go back to my other chart. Hang on one second, guys. We got the overnight session low here at 21,120. So that could potentially be a place where the NASDAQ could move towards. I do have a feeling that we might see a bearish move today. During the pre-market session, we did see one, but who knows? These days, they are pretty short-lived, right? Very, very strong bullish trend in the indices currently. That being said, I'm willing to take a short here. I did actually take one yesterday on the NASDAQ as well, but price just chopped around using the opening range breakout strategy. Got short here, was a bit in the money for I don't know, 10, 20 minutes. And the price just started bouncing around. So eventually, after the morning live session that we host, I decided to get out at break even. So unfortunately, that didn't work out here. So I'm short on the NASDAQ currently. If we do see a move lower, currently price is bouncing, going against me, then I would like to see a break of it low. So from a risk-reward perspective, not the best risk-reward perspective towards this pre-market low. But if we do, on the current candle, head lower again, I'm going to aggressively start trading that stop lower. Reduce my risk as soon as possible. But with this volatility we've been seeing, especially if market gets stuck in a range like it did yesterday, if you use a stop that was too tight, and also just note I'm trading with very few lots here. So I'm not taking on massive risk. So, you know, if you didn't give the market enough space, I would have been stopped out multiple times. So I'm going to take one stab at this. If you look here at the 1 minute time frame, quickly, price is now in a pretty large fair value gap that appeared prior to that breakout. So, yeah, is that going to hold? Who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. But that's the trade setup, got in it. It is moving against me currently, but as I mentioned on this trade account, trading only 2 lots, it's not the end of the world if it does go against me. Right, so that's pretty much the setup. I'll keep you updated how things go there, but obviously there's other markets that I do follow, like crude oil. Also had a pretty strong decline during pre-market session. We found a little bit of support if you scrunch out here. A little bit support where we've had a previous breakout of a high. that occurred, that high being here on the 7th of this month. So what was that, last week? So I'm just trying to grab, sorry, I'm in a small time frame here, that area and just drag it a little bit along. So we didn't actually hit that. So that could still be potential area that I'll be interested to go along on crude oil, should price get there. We did see a little bit of a bounce higher, but price pretty much very close to the overnight session highs currently. There's no real levels here that I'm interested in taking a short just yet. I had a little bit of a weakness on crude oil. It was pretty short-lived, and now we're seeing a bounce back up again. So I'll be willing to go along if price can reach this area here, break the overnight session low, and if I were to take a short, potentially a break of this lower high here or this one over here at 61.49. Let me just drop a horizontal ray in there on 21.50. Again, I would like to see weakness set in as price take out those levels, potentially. The upper one being around 61.88. Reversal, break of structure, fair value gap, straight location, and then get short. So that is the plan. That is the setup. We are getting a little bit of a decline from that fair value gap there on the 1 minute on the NASDAQ. But hopefully I'm not going to get stuck like I did yesterday in a lot of chop, which is probably to be expected after the strong rally that we've seen in the indices recently. So let's hope things work out. Sorry, Howard, for interrupting there.
No worries.
I'll provide updates periodically. Hopefully things go in my direction. But if not, like I mentioned, taking a very small trade, position size-wise, here on the NASDAQ.
No worries. Okay, should I jump in?
Yes, please do. Sorry I interrupted there.
No worries at all. Yeah, just a quick update on the this euro dollar long. Just get the shorter term stuff in there. So we're seeing a little bit of volatility kind of late-ish during the session. So we rejected from the early European high, pull back, but we're finding some support around 112 the figure. For me, my stop is underneath this this lower 111.78. It looks like we're kind of trying to do a kind of a bit of a bullish engulfing on the 15-minute chart. So it'd be nice to see it kind of settle here and then start to nibble a bit higher later on during the session. On to cable for those that are watching this one on the intraday. As I say, I know a lot of people that come on here. They like to watch cable and trade it in the short term. So we've still got this kind of on the intraday chart, a developing series of higher highs and higher lows. So rejected from the session high and easing back a little bit. But again, you've got some big supports down here in the 32, 60s and 70s. So I would suspect that we kind of don't break these lows and stabilize and start to continue to head higher. So just a quick take on that one. Okay. What else do we have? So yeah, gold we were looking at before. So gold, just onto the daily. It seemed to me that it was headed into this kind of big support zone. But for me, it seemed, I think we're still in a bull market, although arguably you could come in and look at a daily chart and say this is possibly a double top or some kind of reversal situation. For me, I'm much more inclined to call this an ABC, a completed corrective decline within a bull market. But obviously we'll need to see a bit more stability having broken through this low. But a lot of big support coming in here, 31.67, which we looked at and rejected from. So it looks like there's you know, the kind of, maybe this could be the last few pips of the of this kind of leg down, and this could be an opportunity for the bulls to come back in. Whether they take it to new highs or not, that's another story. But certainly back into this range I'd be looking for, and maybe for a trading range to develop here. But for me, I'd be more inclined to be on the long side of the market rather than the short side of the market, I think, for a 1 to 3 day idea view. So obviously, let's see how we settle today, but it's quite promising, I would say. It looks like it's starting to snap back into the back into yesterday's range for sure. Crude oil, which I look at, I've not been trading it a whole lot lately, but we had that rejection from the close to the swing low, and that kind of nice bullish weekly candlestick, and a bit of follow through early this week. But it seems that we're kind of struggling, a bit of rejection on the weekly candle so far. So for me, I think the overall outlook is still negative because we've got that descending triangle breakdown. We had the retest which failed around the broken support level, back down again. So it just seems to be a bit of a kind of a range of maybe a bearish continuation pattern. But obviously the key level is really going to be this kind of this line plus the recent high, the top of the range. So get back above there, then that would start to look more positive. But for me, I'd be looking to probe the short side on this market once I'm confident that this thing has really run its course. Have you got any big picture stuff on that one?
No, not really. I mean, I still think that was maybe just, I don't know, a small 3-wave move lower, and that we're still correcting. You know, after that potential E wave that caused that move to for price to break out of that descending triangle. So
E leg. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see. It looks like it's kind of that was the end of the correction, and there's the kind of 1, 2, 3 kind of situation here. So I guess as long as we're below this recovery high, this could kind of topple down and then eventually break again. So that I'd be more inclined to think about selling it rather than buying it at this stage.
Yeah, I'm just wondering how deep it could potentially go. Are we was that a triangle B wave with a C wave lower? I can't see crude oil going to zero if it's like it was like a 1 or 2, and now we're starting a third impulsive wave downwards.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
But, yeah.
I don't think what happened last time would happen again.
I mean, I was actually watching that go negative while it was happening.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was insane.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Crazy stuff. Maybe it's just one of these things where it's like a 3-wave move down in the bigger picture. We're correcting this move up from the ultimate low.
Yeah.
So kind of
the ultimate negative low.
The negative low. Try doing some measured moves on that thing.
Jesus, yeah.
So yeah, for me, I think as long as we're really stuck below this kind of mini high and the old support level here, I think I've got a bit of a negative bias for a multi-week view. Looking for the thing to continue down, but there's quite a big congestion down here as well. Maybe that's the ultimate low, plus you've got that pivotal level here, so low 40s. So I think if you can break these lows, then no reason why we can't head down towards 40 to 45, and that could be the low for the kind of like a 3-wave move down.
Body at the pumps.
Yeah, well, it's what they say. The prices go up like a rocket and down like a feather.
Yeah.
They don't come down quite as fast. So yeah. So
You have anything on happening there, Walter?
I mean, Bitcoin has traded into the target area that I was looking at. So I'll just share. We'll see if we get any fast trades today. There is a very good chance we could see something on Bitcoin today. I'm just going to share my screen now. 1 second.
Coming up there.
There we go.
There we go.
That's it.
Yeah, so this traded right into that order block. So on just to recap, 30 minutes, the market gave a bullish confirmation, retested that order block. So now I'm anticipating, again, the area I'm anticipating for price to trade into is this sort of high. Again, it's a good trade, but it's a risky trade in my view. So for example, like let's say an entry was placed there, I didn't do this, but let's say like if I had just taken this textbook style and taken my profit there, it could be a nice 122, 123. But again, the reason I didn't attempt to even go long is because the 4 hour price is at a very key price point, so it could easily reject this fair value gap and give that continuation to the downside. It could also trade higher as well, but for me, it's the 4 hour is very obviously bearish unless like the market came down and delivered this relative equal low down here. So I'm very confident at some point the market will take out that low and potentially climb lower. So I'd rather wait for a good short. Oops! My biceps just pulled a muscle. I don't know. It's never happened before. I'd rather just wait for price to. Sorry.
Time to go to the gym, or did you gym too hard?
No, it's the opposite. I've been gymming way too hard.
Nice.
But yeah, so I'd rather wait for the market to take out this high, and then I'll be waiting for a short opportunity. So because a second scenario, because if you look at this, right, this move price came all the way down here, and essentially traded below this low. So there is a good possibility the market could trade lower and then give that confirmation of a bearish reset before dropping even lower. So that's one of the reasons why I wouldn't risk buying here when there is a good chance the market could reset short. And if I'm obviously obsessed about buying, I could miss that reset short opportunity, which I'd rather not miss. So that's what I'm waiting for now, just a very clear confirmation for me to sell with Bitcoin. As for gold, so again, gold is still sort of like chopping around. You can see it's now traded into this fair value gap. So of course, the path of least resistance, as I like to call it, is to the upside. So it will go up, it will take out this high, all right? And then after that happens, I do see a very good likelihood of the market trading even higher, potentially even going towards the high of the week, right? So right now, the high of the week is sitting right here, right? And again, just remember as well that what happened at the start of this week, the market gapped. There's a huge gap, right? So at some point, the market will come up to close it on this gap. So let's not forget that gap at the start of the week. So from this point, I'm just waiting for price to trade above this high. When that happens, one of two things is going to take place. Either A, the market forms a new swing high above this high, confirming a reset position. And then I'll be looking to trade the retest of this general range. And I'll be looking to take a bullish continuation to the next area of liquidity, which is this bearish order block, right? Or B, the market traps, it closes above the high, but it traps back into the range and then gives a breaker structure to the downside, at which point I'll simply be looking to take that as a bearish continuation. So as you can see, I don't get married to either side of the market. I just keep an open mind to buying or selling.
Yeah.
I just wait for the right signals to show its face.
Cool.
Yeah, so now just keeping an open mind, and it is a waiting game. It's a waiting game.
Interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's quite a retracement there currently.
On Bitcoin, right? Yeah. It was a nice drop to the downside.
Yeah. Right, guys, on my side, took a small loss there, unfortunately. Price is now just chopping within that range. Very similar to what I've seen yesterday. So potentially from my side, unless we get a very strong move in either direction, finally, I might take another trade, but let me just add that to the stage. So we had a pip above that, price back into the opening range. Obviously, this fair value gap didn't hold. So, yeah, just sideways chop again. I would not be surprised if we experience similar to what we've seen yesterday. Yeah, just wishy-washy price action.
Sorry to interrupt. I've just taken a short position on dollar yen.
Yeah, please share.
Will do. Just a second. Just 1 second. Oops.
On dollar yen.
Dollar yen, yeah. Let's see. Okay. Has that come through?
Should now. I think you're up. There we go.
Great. Okay. Yeah. So obviously a bearish dollar view, all told, on just about everything. I like the way that this has made a very corrective looking bounce off of the European session low. We had this upside rejection going back within the last hour or two, and now we're starting to press lower, and it looks like we're about to take out the European session low and then start to accelerate lower. So kind of resuming the kind of developing downtrend that is kicking off. Euro dollar, just like it's just flipped positive in terms of P&L. So that's so it looks like the dollar is starting to make a bit of a move. Just going back to euro dollar again. So euro dollar's back just a little bit below my price. Again, looking for this thing to take out these highs and then start to accelerate. Back to dollar yen. So onto the daily for dollar yen. So interesting. Yesterday, what we had was that kind of long lower shadow, close back up, and then today we've basically erased all of it. So that a bit similar to what I was talking about before, about that where you get a shadow which kind of, it points the direction of the market, and it kind of traps people coming in thinking that's a nice little base, but then the next day the market completely erases the shadow and away we go. That's when the real move kicks off. So yeah, short position, stop above 146, and looking for an acceleration of this move down. Obviously some big supports once we can start breaking into the 143s and 144s. So we'll see how that one shapes up. Okay, back to you guys.
Seeing anything, Walter? I've got absolutely nothing happening on my charts at the moment.
I'm fighting the temptation to not buy Bitcoin right now. Help me, guys. Help me. It's just traded right into that order block. And I'm like, I could get a 1 to 2 from this. But I could also get wiped out within stopped out within a few minutes of me entering. So it's a very sensitive price point right now. But yeah, I think gold. I thought Bitcoin might give the setup, but gold looks like it's beginning to do something now. So it looks like it could give us a reset long. But again, it's cases like this, it's very important to wait for that swing high to form. The reason being is because what price could simply do is price could simply be delivering a higher high, and then after that, delivering that higher high, we could see the market drop back into the range breaking structure. But yeah, generally, I mean, right now the trend for the day is bullish because, of course, like with any AMD models, and like, just for those maybe you're plugging in, you don't know what a AMD model is, I'll just quickly explain it. We have a bit of time. So AMD is basically like, this is what a typical trade, not every trading day looks like this, but a typical trading day looks like this. It begins with a period of accumulation, right? And this can happen, let's say, during the Asian session, right? And then after the accumulation, you then have a period of manipulation. So the manipulation could be bullish or bearish, but let's imagine we have a bullish manipulation towards some sort of a higher time frame target. So this could be some sort of like daily level or 1 hour level or 4 hour level, right? So that's the M stage of our AMD. So we have the A, which is the accumulation, the M, which is the manipulation. And then after the manipulation, then comes the distribution. So the distribution is the true trend of the day. So this is the false trend. And then this is the true trend of the day, right? And then typically, like I would say the trend has not ended, but the trend has reached its maturity after it's traded and taken out the low of the accumulation range, right? So if you're entering, for example, let's say somewhere up here, then the most obvious target is the low of the accumulation range. Anything after that is a bonus. And vice versa. If you have a bearish manipulation, then obviously your true trend is going to be bullish, and then you want to aim for the high of the accumulation range. And then anything after that is a bonus. So this is typically how AMD structures work. Now, the thing is, when traders learn this stuff, they like to always look for an AMD every single day and hope that trading is that easy. Unfortunately, it isn't. Right? Yeah. AMDs will not happen every single day. Yeah, it wouldn't happen every day. You are going to have days like this where it's very clean. You have your accumulation, you have your bearish manipulation, and you have your bullish distribution.
Yeah.
Right. So you're going to have days like this where it's super clean, and you want to be prepared to identify that and trade accordingly. But you're going to have days where the market doesn't really, like, there are times when the distribution, the manipulation can be prolonged. And there are times when you don't really get a distribution. So for example, let's say in this case, if you're trying to find an AMD because, oh, this is an accumulation, you see this is a manipulation, and then you're trying to buy thinking this is the distribution back to the high, then obviously you would have been stopped out. These because there is always a context with any trading concept. Any trading concept taken out of context is useless. So yeah, so that's just a brief for me. So the reason I said that is because within a context of gold right now, it's reached maturity with the AMD, so it's traded towards the high of the range. So for me, anything after this is a bonus. So typically speaking, what I'm now anticipating is for the market to essentially trade back into the range and then end the day like that. And then tomorrow morning, we could then be looking, or tomorrow afternoon, or even for you guys, we'll then be looking for a different opportunity. So back to Bitcoin. The temptation is there, but I am strong. So now it's just a waiting game.
Gotcha.
Makes sense.
You still need to wait for some sort of reaction from it anyway, right? You're not just going to enter there.
No, not at all. So this is again, I'm not looking to even enter here at all. Normally, if let's say everything was lined up for bullishness, then yes, like I will be looking to buy in this range. I'll just buy actually, and then I'll place my pen in order there at the close of the previous candle. But right now, it's just not ideal because price could simply keep on dropping in line with the 4-hour and 1 hour predominantly bearish bias.
Gotcha. How's your trade looking there, Howard?
Makes sense. Bounced off the low a little bit. Yeah, so 10 pips above where I sold it. So it's one of these things where it kind of it drew me in, but we're still kind of bumping around the bottom. So yeah, yeah, I think gold seems to be driving the dollar lower a little bit as well. It's giving it a bit of an impetus. The fact that gold has kind of seen a bit of an extra leg higher. So that has kind of given dollar yen a bit of the push to new lows, and euro dollar kind of stability around 112. So yeah, so let's see how we go. We've still got a few hours yet to go. So so we a bit of chop for the time being.
Yeah, man. Same on this side. One of those days again. I had one on Monday. Yesterday. Tuesday was actually not too bad. But yeah, just absolutely not much opportunities occurring on my side. Again, to all our viewers, if you got any questions, guys, if things are a little bit quiet like today, then please do ask, and we'll be happy to address those questions.
Yeah, this has been very interesting. I mean, this has been actual room fitting as well for me, because it's like I've actually had to work for trades. It's been yeah. Like I think the last period of this year, like a month ago, there was a lot of easy trades. Like everything was just flowing really nicely, and setups were hitting nicely. But over the past 2 weeks, I've actually had to work.
Yeah. Can't always be smooth sailing, right?
No.
No, not at all. Not always. But then it sounds like it's actually enjoy trading. I don't feel bored I don't feel like I'm just staring at the screen and just clicking a button, you know. Oh, look at that. Look at that. FOMO. Nah, I don't feel FOMO. But still. Yeah, look at that go.
Yes. Yeah.
Bye. I've been looking at SPX. Whenever I plug into sessions with you guys and you talk about SPX, I always like the look of the chart. I used to trade it a while ago, but I stopped because gold was a lot better moving. But the structure of this has been phenomenal, and it's recovered. I found this actually incredible because I told my girlfriend a few weeks ago when price was somewhere down here. I'm not sure it was. I think Richard, you were covering it at the time.
Yeah.
But I told my girlfriend out because whenever I want to like invest into any like stocks or long-term stuff, I just tell her to do it. Like she has the money, I just like just put money into this because I'm not an investor. I don't have the capacity for that. But if she's invested and she's holding, I'm happy with that. So I was like, hey, you need to buy SPX, like buy it because this is gonna like this rejection. If it rejects from here, it's gonna be pretty good. And ever since then, it's gone up by like 16%. Crazy.
Insane, yeah.
Yeah. And it will like SPX always it always creates a new high every single year. It always keeps rallying.
Yeah.
So,
And it based at that old high as well, didn't it? The old the before the 2022 bear market. That was where that was the base.
Yeah, rejected that exactly. Yeah, so it bounced off that 2022 market, and now it's going to create most likely, like as we go into December, it will probably end up somewhere up here. So yeah, if someone bought down here, you're looking at around like a 26-30% gain. I mean, that outperforms most traders, man. Like that stuff is you just got to buy and hold for a few months.
If you bought down there, if you had the guts to do it, because a lot of people that do invest, especially if they don't, have any sort of technical related.
For me, it was buying just the ETF, just buying on leverage product on this, just buy the ETF. That for me was the move here. Not trading it, not looking to leverage at all. Just buy the ETF and hold. Because like SPX was bound to reject. There hasn't been like for the past 5-6 years, there hasn't been a single year where the SPX is closed at a lower price than where it opened at the start of the year. Yeah, I mean, I know history isn't always going to repeat itself, but just based on those numbers alone, we know that rejection was going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
Amazing bounce, really.
Yeah.
And I think it was Laura's, one of the new coaches was talking about the IBEX, like the Spanish index.
Oh, yeah.
And that's
I haven't seen that one before.
Already in at all-time highs again, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah,
not a market.
A lot of the markets are very good for investing. Very good, just buy and hold.
Yeah, or just wait for those 20% pullbacks and jump in. I think everybody they talk about 20% down being a bear market, and I guess historically that's not a bad place to be buying.
Yeah. Yeah, gents, stuck in a range on crude, SPX, and the NASDAQ.
Yeah, my stuff is bouncing off of the dollar lows. So yeah, a little bit caught me, I think, on dollar yen, but my stop's on the other side of the range. So let's see. Let's see if we can get out of that one in good time.
Yeah, well, I mean, we had a whole host of news events that came out earlier, didn't we? at
Yeah.
8:30. The
Industrial
PPI
production.
numbers, unemployment claims, and then Fed Chair Powell speaking at 8:40 Eastern.
Yeah.
I did not follow up on that. I don't know what was said. So I might have to read up on that a little bit afterwards. But anyway,
I'll just get a chat.
Chat.
I guess CGPT to sum it up.
Are you having a look?
Yeah, I mean, I see retail sales came in, but didn't really do much for Bitcoin or gold.
Yeah, they seem to be doing their own thing.
Yeah, they are. They're in their own world.
Yeah, so it's amazing how sometimes markets just completely ignore fundamentals. Yeah,
just ignoring it, but also not ignoring it. A lot of the time, the market has already factored in those fundamentals, right?
Yeah.
So it's already like taking into account what the general sentiment is days before that data gets released. The only time it will move remarkably is if the data is if there's a wide variance between the data and the general market sentiment, then the market would have some sort of reaction.
Yeah. Yeah, because the people know that the data is coming out and they kind of position ahead of it.
Exactly. Yeah, so majority of the time it's already priced in a few days before that data gets released. As well, at the start of the week, I like to see, okay, what's coming up. Like, for example, if NFP, obviously not next Friday, the Friday after, the next week, a lot of the moves are going to start taking place to price in whatever the market sentiment is for NFP the following week. So I then start paying attention to, okay, what is the general market sentiment, for employment and unemployment based on what's already been released this month, because that's all going to be priced into the dollar prior to NFP data.
Yeah, well, the big players, they kind of take their positions on the approach to it, I think. Or the economists come out with a forecast and then they start to position up.
Yeah, and then they use the actual data release to take profit and get out of the market.
When was it that the news of the tariff halts came out? I think Jannie was
3 weeks ago.
Yeah, and it's like
the recent one, or
wasn't it Monday or was it last week? I can't even remember. But 20 minutes before news broke of that, the markets like gapped up higher on the indices. So there's a little bit of talk of some sort of inside trading happening there, but
oh yeah, 100%, always.
Yeah, there'll be investigations eventually.
Investigations.
Yeah, guys. Any questions from the viewers? Please do ask. We're having a little bit of a quiet downtime here. I'm not going to force another trade, on my side at least. Hopefully, Howard, you're going to make $1,000 on that trade or more.
not the way it's going at the moment. Not the way it's going. Yeah, it looks like we're coming back.
Walter's not going to have FOMO there on Bitcoin.
Yeah. I managed to sell the low on dollar yen, so that was amazing work.
Yeah, let's see, you did your job.
I'm just providing a service, providing some liquidity for everybody.
Nice. Yeah, guys, how are we doing on time? I think we've still got about 17 minutes left. Maybe we can turn our attention to some other topics of discussion in the markets currently. I don't know, some sage advice from you guys, maybe. From my side, there are days like this, so they do occur. It's just, frustrating sitting through, not trading, but it is what it is, right? We can't always get opportunities, and sometimes you miss them. It's just the way things work in the markets. So
you always get another chance.
Yeah. It's another opportunity around.
But there's always something to do. I mean, what do you like when you're waiting for a setup? What do you typically get up to when you're waiting for a trade? Let's say like you're not streaming or anything like that.
So I'm not streaming now. I would go for a walk. Here by the office, we got a really nice. We play rugby in South Africa quite a bit, so we got a big rugby field out here. Just go take a walk, breath of fresh air. I don't trade from home at all. It's just too much distraction. Could take a walk, and sometimes you got to take a walk and then you miss something, and then that's 100% fine. You know, I really do try not to get glued to the screens all day long. I used to.
Yeah.
My eyes would bleed, but I just can't do that anymore.
Yeah, and unless you're literally kind of trading on 1 minute charts or something, then you don't need to be. You don't need to be that kind of glued to the screens, I don't think.
For sure.
Yeah, because I mean, there's never a reason to get glued to the screen unless, like, the only time I'll be in front of my, like, looking at the charts is if I'm sort of like forward testing whilst I'm trading. It's like on one screen I'll be waiting for my setup, and then on another screen I would have like my forward testing software open, or back testing software open, and I'll just be like doing some practice on like a setup, or I'll be trying to identify something from 2 months ago. That's the only time I'll be glued to my screen. Like I would actually just be doing some work for me is forward testing and back testing and trading myself to identify my setups in real time. But yeah, besides that, the actual process of identifying a trade and waiting for the opportunity, that alone doesn't require me to always be in front of my screen. You know, from the layup to the entry, like that could take an hour to 2 hours. But once the execution is done, that's it. The day's done for trading for me. I can focus on other activities. But I would say, like, at the beginning of one's trading journey, it's different, because I know for a fact that at the beginning of my trading journey, like 6-7 years ago, I was in front of my screen 100% of the time. Not 100% of the time, of course, but like 80% of my day was spent towards practicing. And I think that experience was very important. Like, now I don't need to do that anymore, because I've sort of like embedded a lot of these structures that I trade. But definitely at the start of my trading journey, I needed to put in the work. I needed to put in 80% of my day into chart practice and chart work.
Absolutely. No, you need that screen time, definitely. You know, bettering yourself at your craft, I would say. I mean, I also trade during the London session. Recently, I had quite a bit of success with the FTSE. And you know, I didn't just start trading. It's like I was looking at different, you know, strategies or techniques that suits me during my morning session. And it requires quite a lot of chart updating, backtesting, like you said, marking up the charts, not just looking at 10 trades and thinking like, yeah, well, this looks like a fantastic strategy. Actually doing the work, going months, day by day, backwards, and seeing if it's got a positive expectancy. You know, you have to put in that work. Otherwise, you're just going to rely on someone saying this works, and you try to do it, and it doesn't work. Then, you know, you didn't put in the work yourself.
Yeah, there's so many.
You've got to psychologically convince yourself as well.
I think there are so many books written that you know, maybe that it's not as good as it appears in some of the books. You know, until you've done the work yourself and find out what works for you, because everyone has different kind of versions of reality, and what works for you, what doesn't work for you.
Absolutely. Yeah, see, we're moving lower again. And quite a big wick there on your chart.
It's gonna do its thing. It's it's either gonna keep pushing down or pushing higher.
Yeah. Well, either way, right? Or sideways.
Up, down, or sideways. Yeah, looks like gold is kind of it's kind of struggling a little bit, and that's not really helping my dollar positions, unfortunately. But say la vie.
Yeah. Do you trade from a laptop, guys, or do you have like a trade station, as they call them?
Yeah, I trade from laptop.
Okay.
Yeah, I trade from I have like a separate PC look to my monitors, but I also have everything on my laptop as well when I travel. But when I'm at home, I prefer to trade from my mini PC because it's like dedicated.
Gotcha.
And reduces any sort of like load time and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've got a trading PC only dedicated to trading. Try to keep all my other personal stuff off it.
Yeah,
separate.
Had it for quite a few years now. I spent quite a bit of money on it. 3 big screens, but yeah. Plus, yes, if I had to trade from a laptop, I think I'll just open it up too much at home and constantly try to be looking at the markets and make mistakes. I do prefer
Well, it's better than
like I'm going to work sort of thing, and go back to home and try to leave trading out of my mind a little bit, you know, with family time and all that. So
yeah,
that's just me.
it's definitely better than like just trying to trade from your smartphone, which I tell a lot of guys like don't do it unless you want to be a gambler. Don't do it.
Yeah, the guys on
like
the
these
beach
brokers,
with Lambos and stuff. Trading on the phone.
oh, crazy.
Trading on the beach. I'm like, oh, that looks fun.
Yeah, doesn't work.
No,
it
it's like also when you get those like YouTube shorts or like you know, these guys always have like a phone with those. You can, I don't know how they actually manipulate that, but it's always like in blue, showing all the profits. Like join my Discord or Telegram channel, and there's no red days. It's just green days. You know, it's like watch out.
Brilliant.
What can they say? They don't win. I mean, they don't lose. They only win. You know.
Yeah, well, you know, there's editing software nowadays has been. What's that photo editing software you get? Photoshop. Or everything can be Photoshop.
Even on Photoshop, there are some even some brokers offer that service to these guys where they can say, "Oh, whatever you want, we can show on your P&L."
Oh, that's wrong. That's so wrong.
Yeah, and then those brokers are just basically there to, you know, make money off commissions. They're not really interested in, you know, retaining clients at all.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is the thing. It's like with trading, you just need to find your niche, find your strategy, and just and just stay find your zone and just try and stay, because there's so much rubbish going on all around that it's best not to get involved in that. And this is why, like, a platform like this, for example, you know, that provides education, not just funded accounts or an opportunity for traders to get funded. And I find that really cool, you know, and it's like very unique. You know, because of course, like, it's hey guys, come do evaluation, come out, get funded. But actually, hey, you know, not just like aim to get funded, but aim to also improve the trading skills, aim to plug into these sessions, listen to how traders trade, and just like make sure that you're improving. I think that's quite unique. It's not a lot of people that offer that.
No, they don't. Yeah, no, for 12 years, I mean, we don't just do the live sessions. Well, I just don't just do the live sessions. There's a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes as well. Creating educational content, YouTube, personalized content. We also got a great mentorship program. I don't know if you guys been booked for one yet. Where you can actually book one of our coaches on the website, join our Discord channel. Free to join a Discord channel. So if you want a nice community that is free, doesn't cost you a cent, then go join that. You can just go to the holoprime.com website. And if you really need help one-on-one with either one of the coaches that you see during these sessions, then that's also available for you to do. Back in the days, I really struggled when I first started. Didn't have any sort of financial background or any of that. And I actively pursued mentors. And I can tell you what, that was, probably 12 years ago now already. And it was nearly impossible to find anyone that would share their sort of knowledge and expertise. There were loads online, the trading gurus that offer, trading courses, those sort of things for a penny and promising you the world.
Oh, yeah.
There was lots of that, and there still is lots of that online. So, use that service. I personally would have loved something like that back in the day. So that is available to everyone, by the way, if you're watching, and go utilize that, or just join the free Discord channel.
Yeah, definitely save a lot of time and effort and pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, mentorship is definitely very valuable. Very, very valuable. Helped me a lot over the years.
Did you guys have any sort of like mentors that got you into the trades or trading, or really, got you to the point where you want to take it very seriously?
I wanted to take it very seriously from the start. Well, I remember like when I learned about trading, I was still at uni. It was a friend approached me and was like, "Hey, let's start an investment society." And I was like, "I don't know anything about investments, but like I do in a society." I agreed to do it, but then I remember like buying Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham. That was my exposure into the world of value investing. And then the first market that I ever traded was the crypto market. And I lost a portion of my student loan. But all that really got me excited, because I'm like, if I can lose £1,300 doing this, and I can make £1,300 or more, it's a very crude logic, I think, but it made sense to me. And I thought, okay, I just need to learn how this works, apply myself. And that's got into it. It wasn't, I only started to seek mentors afterwards, when I realized that, okay, there is so much to learn about this, and I could save myself time by learning from other people's experiences. Because of course, like, you can try and experience it yourself, which takes 10 times longer, or you can learn from someone that's already made the mistakes, they know what to do, and that will just cut down your learning curve by 50%. So that's what I decided to. That's when I started like learning from different sources, reading books, watching YouTube videos, but a lot of my knowledge came from reading books, because I just prefer reading than listening to someone speak on YouTube.
I'd say I started off obviously reading books, and then I spent about 10 years or so working for an analysis provider, doing intraday analysis and commentary and stuff like that, and literally just learnt my trade by just being there every single day. I always find, as you said before, if you can spend some downtime, just allow some time to let things settle in and to see what works and what doesn't work, and just literally kind of hone your craft a little bit.
Never stop learning, right? Or think that you know everything, especially.
I don't think there's ever a point where you know everything, because the market would always challenge you. Like, even when you think you figured it out, next year a new market comes in and invalidates your current model or your current way of analysis, and then you need to like go back to square one and find a new edge and start backtesting it and all that stuff. So, and this is why I love trading. You can either like, that's the reason why people hate trading, but that's personally why I love trading, because it keeps me on my toes. I know for a fact, like, if I keep doing this for another 10 years, I will not be bored. There would always be something new, exciting to learn. And I don't know what kind of a trader I'll be 10 years from now. And that's what excites me,
Exactly. Look, the markets will never be boring, that's for sure. There's always something happening.
There's always something happening. Always.
Most definitely.
Well, gents, I think we've reached the end of our session. Thanks for all your contributions. Took a little trade there. My side didn't work out. Yesterday, break even. Bit of a frustrating week, my side.
Yeah, same
Yeah,
here.
nice trade on gold day, Walter. And
thank you. A shame it wasn't in our New York session.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
Yeah, man.
No, good,
so
good,
I'm only on Monday again, so I don't know when you guys are on again, but have a fantastic rest of your day, Howard and Walter.
Enjoy, guys.
And when I see you again, I'll see you next weekend, or next week, sorry, not weekend.
Look forward to it.
Indeed.
Take care, everybody.
All of you,
guys. Cheers.
Thanks for watching. Please stick around for the next round of coaches, and have a good one from our side. Take care and goodbye.
Hello, Paul.
Hello.
Igor.
Hello, nice to see you. How's your day been?
Igor, Paul, nice to see you guys again. Let's start with your day, Igor. How was your day? Did you have a good day?
Yes, we can say yes. But I'm a little bit slow today. Somehow I'm slow.
well, you know, the weekend is around the corner. Maybe that's got something to do with it.
Yeah, that helps.
Well, I don't know if you guys are watching gold. Let's start with gold. Man, oh man, I'm having a great day. Let me show you.
Yes, please.
So we spoke about gold for some time now, and I was waiting, as you know, for the support level. Igor, I think we were actually in a session together, and Paul, you've heard me say that this a few times. That is the support level. I waited 2 weeks for this because it came pretty close. I got very hopeful, and then it just retraced back up without me, and now finally we're getting this level. And I want to show you, excuse me, the entry I found was actually on a smaller time frame. It was this divergence over here. So this is the support level. So this morning when I looked at the charts, I saw this really strong push to the downside.
See your chart, my friend.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, please.
Okay, well, let me start over. Well, this is the support level I was waiting for, right on the daily time frame. And this is where it just fell short and then pushed up back to the upside. And now finally we're coming down to the support level. Great. So this morning when I had a look at the price action, I could see that we were piercing through the support level. But obviously at the time, it was just forming a lower wick, and this support level is still in play. It's still in play. It's just now a case of I need to wait for confirmation that price is turning around and it's giving me what I need to take this position to the long side. So we had this impulse to the upside. Obviously, you don't trade the impulse. And then we had this pullback. And then we formed this bullish candle. Now, there's two ways I could have played this. The first one was to wait for this new candle to break, because we do have that divergence in place. And remember, the catalyst for the trade is the daily support level. So, and then when this new candle broke that high, that's when I took the trade and I placed my stop loss just below there. That's one way you can play it. The second one, which is probably a safer one, is to wait for this neckline to break and close above, and then you can take the trade there as well. So that's definitely the second one. I did record the trade because I actually recorded a trade for Hola Prime. So you should probably see it on their channel. They asked me to record a trade. So this is the one I recorded. But let me just quickly find it, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Hola Prime. There we go. Okay, so you're going to see my face, because obviously, okay, I just want to. Okay, so let me just remove. I'll just remove Y. See, the moment it. Okay, so there I enter the trade. The moment the stop loss is just below that. All right, so that's the. That's how I entered the trade, right? Like just you get that divergence, but the catalyst for the trade is obviously that support level. Now on the Hola Prime account, I just took a 1 to 2 because it was a recording. I can't leave a recording open for 3 days. But I did take a screenshot of just to show you where I'm actually taking the profit. So I took the same trade. And the take profit is around the 3253 area. So that would be a 1 to 10 risk reward ratio. So just to go back to the charts here, that would be, well, 3253 is around, let me just quickly show you. It's within this cluster of candles around here. I feel it can potentially go and close this gap that is made lower, so it could potentially go all the way there. But the take profit level is also between, let me just quickly, you'll see it's between a not like that. I always do this. Between the, actually just above the 38.2. So I know the 50 is quite reasonable, but price action itself, you've got this in the way right there, right? So that resistance area there, just below the 50. So I took my profit just shy of that. Okay, so just to kind of make it, you know how I trade. I look where it can realistically go to, and then I reduce my take profit just to make sure it definitely, well, not definitely, but it increases the probability for the trade to actually take profit. So where we are right now, this is just pushing higher. I'm actually hoping for some sort of retracement because it's just, well, I don't really like this very steep incline. I think actually when it was close to this resistance area, yeah, I thought, okay, please find resistance and kind of give me a second shoulder here. That would have made a really great trade if it did consolidate just for a second shoulder on the right hand side and then broke through higher. But it's not doing that. It's just piercing straight through, which I'm not complaining, but it just like I just feel like at the moment because of this very steep kind of rally that we probably due for a correction. But if we do get it, then hopefully this support level will hold, and then we can continue to the upside. So I don't think it's going to happen today, but on the daily time frame, you can clearly see this is a very, very strong, with a, you know, that lower wick coming off that support level. So my take profit area is definitely not unrealistic. I think it can go higher, but I'm very happy with a 1 to 10. I honestly don't care if it goes all the way to the top. I just focus on the key levels, and then again, look where it can realistically go, and then I reduce my take profit, and I usually still get pretty decent risk reward ratios, you know, when I trade like that. So they don't come around very often. Again, I had to wait 2 weeks for the setup. So, but definitely worth waiting for. And when they play out, it's just beautiful to watch. All right, so that's gold. Any questions on that?
Can you just tell me, Jannie, about this setup that you create? You had a trigger based on the price levels. Did you use any additional trigger for the trade?
You mean the actual entry, or you mean just to identify the level?
Just for the entry, did you?
No, the entry was basically this was on the 15-minute, because remember, this is a level I identified on the daily time frame, so you can go to smaller time frames. If I identify a level on the monthly time frame, then I won't go smaller than the 4-hour time frame, okay, because of the difference in time frames, right? So for that's why. But on the 15-minute, like when I see this level of interest here, right? Now I started to pay attention yesterday already, actually last night, but you know, nothing was happening yet because we got close to this level. Now, sometimes it will fall short. Sometimes it will touch the line. Other times it will pierce through, right? You don't know when exactly it's going to turn. It's just that is when you start to pay attention to price action, because you know now you're getting close to the level. So this is where you start to focus on. I look at everything that everybody knows about, right? Which is double bottoms, head and shoulders, like ascending triangles, that kind of like things that everybody's familiar with. But I only focus on that kind of stuff when we close to that level. Now, if you look at this level here, when we were close to the support level here, and I want to see, you know, the things I just mentioned, right? Double tops and bottoms and so on. Even a divergence in price. You can't see any of that here, right? There's nothing there. This is just like, even though like I saw, okay, there's a little spike there, so I'll pay attention to that. Now it just it does nothing, and there's a little spike back up here, but in terms of all the things I just mentioned, double tops, double bottoms, and the price divergence in price and so on, it's non-existent here. So you end up with just a sideways range. So you don't take action there. So this morning when this is obviously overnight, this happened overnight. So this morning when I looked at price action, I saw this, right? I saw the steep decline here. Okay, I'm still interested in price action because to go long because well, this is the 15-minute time frame, and the level of support is on the daily time frame. So it can just pierce through and make a lower wick, and then form that bullish hammer. So I look at price action, and then I still wait for all the things I've spoke about many times now. So in this particular case, I saw this impulse. So this is a pretty strong impulse, right? Why is it a strong impulse? Because like these two candles took about what, 6, 7, 8 candles. You see that impulse move to the upside. This is exactly how I saw Bitcoin at the time at the bottom, when I saw, oh, the buyers are right there, right? I didn't take it there, but it came back, made a lower. It came to retest the low and then go, you know, the double bottom and all of that. So yeah, you get this little impulse move, and then you never trade the impulse. And then I was waiting for the pullback, and then just a bullish candle but at the same time making that higher low there, right? So this can be seen as front running a double bottom. I get that, okay, but this is also divergence in price.
Yes.
Okay, on the 15-minute. So and then now when the new candle breaks that high, that's when I got in. But this is very nice because you get a really tight stop loss, and you can get a very, very decent risk reward ratio. But there has to be a very strong catalyst, okay, or what's the premise for the trade? And that's the support level on the daily time frame. Those are the best trades for me. That's what I focus on, okay? And it doesn't have to be horizontal line. It can be diagonal lines as well, right? With at least 2 touches, and then you want to trade the 3rd touch in the same direction, right? So, but that's one way you could have played this. But again, a safer way, if you're not very confident about the fact that that's a pretty strong support level, is to wait for it to break the neckline. That's fine, right? And then that would confirm this double bottom, and then now you get the move to the upside, okay? But it all stems from, I know I repeat myself, but it's really, really important, and that it all stems from let me just delete that line. It stems from identifying a key level on a longer time frame. In this case, the daily. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Pretty long answer, but
yes, of course.
Okay, so yeah, so this is the trade. It's a beautiful trade. I'm liking this very much. I think I'm currently up like a 1 to 5. Now, look, I mean, these really great setups, they can also fail. So, right? But they typically have a pretty high success rate. If you really wait for those key levels, and then make sure there's a very good reason for your entry. Unlike the trade I took yesterday on the pound US dollar, which I want to apologize first of all, because I knew it wasn't a good trade. And honestly, I took the trade for the sake of taking a trade, but I'm not going to do that again. If it's not good and it's not something I would put on my personal account, I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take it. I will play scalps though on the NASDAQ. So those are the type of trades I will take in the session. But if it's not a good setup that I would take on my live account, it's not a good idea to take it, I don't think. So that will bring us over to the pound US dollar. And this is the trade. Well, yesterday, and this is the other thing, after a very lengthy speech about what I'm waiting for, I then go on and place a trade, which is completely contradicting to what I've just said. So anyway, yesterday we had price bouncing off this diagonal line. So as I just mentioned, like on gold as well, it's not just the horizontal lines; it can be the diagonal lines as well. But you need to take it on the 3rd touch, because you need that divergence in price in the first place to be able to draw the line. Right? You can't. How do you know to draw the line? You need a divergence in price, and then you can draw the line. So it came back up there, and this level that it came back up to was 1.336. That's where price bounced off that diagonal line, right? So that was definitely, obviously, bearish from that point. But I have conflicting views right now, as I've said yesterday as well, because this could be the higher low. This could be the higher low, right? Now, the higher low, I was waiting for this. Now, I'm not saying we can't get it. It could be very similar to gold, right? Where we fall short, push up, and then come back down to get it. Okay, but you're going to have to let price action guide you and stack the probabilities along the way. But I think where we are right now, if you zoom out, you see this is where I'm conflicted and not interested in the pound US dollar right now, is because on the 1 hour time frame, here's your left shoulder. This is a beautiful head, right? And now you're forming that right hand shoulder. Yeah. And I drew these FIP levels to see, and it bounced off the 50 for now. I'm not sure if it's going to hold. This is like 2 o'clock in the morning, so it was just I just drew the levels, but there's nothing there, and you can see it's really struggling and consolidating. This can go up or down for me, okay? Because you still have this down slope. And this can definitely still come lower, but there's the opposite. There's a very strong case for the opposite as well. So they're really conflicting at the moment for me. So this inverted head and shoulders. So where would this inverted head and shoulders be confirmed? Now you could say, well, over here. For me, that's not enough. We need to break this high. We need to break this high here. Okay, and then we've got that pattern, and we also broke this downward slope. And then if we get that, then we've got quite a few things going on. We've got that head and shoulders. We've got the higher low, what you need, right? And the thing about a higher low is it's usually a very strong pivot. And what do I mean by strong pivot? It's usually a V shape. It's a V shape. It's usually a sharp drop, and then you get a V up, and we are getting that here. Okay, we're getting that here. We got that over here as well. Let me just untick these things. See this higher low as well. We got a V there. This is this pivot as well. You see, there's like a strong V shape here, and you can do that for the opposite side as well. Now, you could argue that's a V as well, but this is you are in a downtrend. Right, so you're going to look for V's in the opposite direction, right? So that would be, see this V, this won't be a V, it's an upside down V, but you know what I mean, right? There's one there, you can argue that there's one there, right? And now, when does the trend change? It will change when it breaks the latest pivot. When it breaks the pivot, that's when you want to see that. That's when you want to say, okay, right now you're going to look for positions to go long, and you can see that you've got some strong touching points here, and then you took off in the opposite directions, and now you look for pivots in the opposite direction, right? So that's why I'm saying we do get that strong pivot here with that head and shoulders and so on, but you can see where we are right now. This is the 1 hour, but the 4 hour will look very similar. It's this we in this nasty little range. So the pound US dollar for me is something to stay clear of for now, right? Until it's clear. So one of the scenarios is obviously it's going to break out there. The other one is it's going to break this low. Those are the two scenarios. That's it. So by the end of the week, what I would like to see is the weekly time frame. So let's go to the weekly time frame. Can I untick this? Okay, maybe I'll just open trading view. So the weekly time frame on the weekly time, the candle on the weekly time frame. If we can get a nice bullish candle, a bullish close on this candle, I think next week is going to push up. Yeah. It's going to push up because now we've got confluences on, and because remember we're still on the smaller time frames, we still want to see. Let me just go back to the 4 hour here. We still want to see this diagonal line being broken, right? So if we break this, and this is the level, this is exactly 1336 basically, because that is a pretty strong level. If we break that level and close above it, that in combination with the fact that we've got a higher low, and you combine that with the inverted head and shoulders, and you combine that with a bullish close on the weekly, and you combine that with the fact that we're in a strong bullish trend on the pound US dollar, then that would be enough for me to say, okay, I'm long, right? No, I'm going to look for opportunities to go, I'm long now, right? We're not there today. We're not there right now. So, but the opposite, obviously, is if we get towards the end of the week and we get a bearish close, right? If we get a bearish close and this candle this is closing lower inside here, like obviously this, we only got tomorrow left, so I don't know how much is going to happen. There's no real news events coming up, is there? I mean, today's already Thursday. Goodness me. All right, we do have prelim UAM customer sentiment. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see what that does. But that's pretty much how I see things right now. Okay, so that's the pound US dollar. For me, it's just a no trading zone for now. But yeah, I think I've covered everything on there. And then Bitcoin. Bitcoin is, I think, Paul, you've mentioned yesterday that it looks like it's busy forming that double top. I think now that we're coming lower, that definitely looks more plausible. But it's not a trade I would take short, because I don't really like when it comes to double tops and double bottoms. Like when you get these really long wicks, you almost have to include that. So it's going to be down here, and this is the support level I'm interested in. The 97, or just below 98,000. So, well, you'll see that this level is identified pretty much identically to how I've identified this level, and also how I've identified this level. It's the same approach every single time. Sometimes I get the level, sometimes I don't. But the price action will tell you as it unfolds, excuse me, whether you're going to get it or not. Price action will tell you. It unfolds and it either plays in your favor or it doesn't. So Bitcoin, I still feel is going to retrace, and this will be definitely a level I'd be interested in right here, 98, and then just see if I'm on the smaller time frames, if there's some sort of pattern very similar to gold and so on. If something unfolds that confirms that, yeah, it's going to trade away from this level to the upside. So that's how I would play Bitcoin if we get that level. We probably will. I say probably will. It could just push higher. I don't know. All I know is I'm waiting for that level, right? And now it's just a matter of time whether to see am I going to get it or not. And then the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is now, all right, it's pushing higher now. Now, everybody's bullish on the stock market because of the China and the US government, pulling back, or not pulling back, just kind of lowering the tariffs from 145% to 30%. But that 30% is still on top of what the tariffs used to be. So it's still higher than what it used to be, 30%. But it's a 90-day thing. So we don't know what's going to happen after 90 days. Are they going to put a new kind of proposal on the table that's going to be rejected by China, and then they're going to counter again? Are we going to see the repeat of the cycle all over again? I don't know, right? I don't think anybody knows. But at least for the next 90 days, we should probably see some calm market reaction in terms of trading anyway, tradable conditions. But it's probably wise to, once we get closer to the announcement of the new proposals, probably it's going to, I don't know what to expect. I have no idea. It could be very volatile. Maybe it's going to be the same as what it's right now. I just don't know. But I do think it may be wise to stay on the sidelines during, as the time approaches. especially if we know it's coming out on a specific day. It would be great if they announce the day when it's going to be announced, so that we can, as traders, just stay on the sidelines. So yeah, but for now the NASDAQ is pushing up. There's still plenty of time left, so I'll have a look and see if there are any opportunities on the NASDAQ on the scalping side of things. But for now, I'll hand over to you, Igor, if you don't mind, please.
Of course. Thank you, Jannie. So today we're watching the same assets, because the British pound, dollar, and gold I watched a lot and wanted to trade that. So I will just starting first from the previous day trade, just to give a little bit, if someone watched yesterday's session, I found some interesting setup, and I just want a little bit to talk about that first for the traders. Just I'm waiting to be seen. Yes, here I'm at. Okay, so first thing that from the yesterday, you saw that I put a little indicator from the trading view based on volumes, support, and resistance, which I a little bit tweak for myself, but it's a very good to get a better visual representation, because the levels are pretty the same, which I watch very often. So let me start from the beginning. So yesterday, as we remember, 2 days ago, we started a strong bullish trend for British pound dollar. Then yesterday in the Asia session, we reached the very strong resistance. Actually, it's not so strong, but it was a resistance that multiple times fails in the last 2 weeks. And I watched that closely. And during the UK Open, almost started to go down. And I think 15 minutes before the first hour UK opening range finished, the strong push, very strong push, started to go up. This is these two candles. This is the break resistance text that you can see on the screen. And it was the strong push in that moment. And I was ready to make a sell trade, because I figure out the bearish divergence in that moment. The risk reward ratio was good. Everything was nice, but in that moment I closed my trade with a small loss and just waited to see what will happen with the trade. And what's happened then? We got a very choppy price, several hours. The price started to go down, down, down. And I noticed something interesting in that moment. Actually, my usual strategy, I drew the trend line on the relative strength index indicator, and I drew here like this. And it was the bullish setup. Actually, we had a drop, then we got a push again. And now this trend line has two safe dots, actually. And for me, it was a clear bullish trend. But this price started to go down a little bit faster and faster during the US Open. And in one moment, after the hourly close, during the end of the US Open, the price started to go down. I was at a level 1.332, and then I made the order because the relative strength index trend line was broken. I saw this bearish divergence on the relative strength index, and in that moment, we were below the two supports, this support and this support. Actually, below the two resistance, this resistance and this resistance. So for me, it was the perfect trade. I put open target, put this 1.336 as a stop loss. And what's happened on the end of the session yesterday, we were around the 1.329 level and started to break the support in that moment. I will go just on 5-minute chart just to see a little bit clearer that. So this was that moment when we broke that support and started to go down and made 60 pips from my entry point. It was beautiful trade, and I wanted to keep that trade for a long time, maybe for whole day. I wanted to become a swing trade, but then I noticed something, and what I noticed was this trend line. I will delete this because it was broken in that moment. I noticed this, and this is very important for me. This is some kind of the trend line, even that it looks a little bit downside, but this looks that the overall bullish structure of the market is not ended. So there is small bullish bias yet. And I closed my trade, and I think this is my best decision this week, because during the Asia session, we started to go a little bit up. Now, what I did, which I use my indicators, in the first sessions, I showed that charts. Now I do not show anymore. But what I do, if you remember, Paul and Jannie, I draw a little blue boxes every single morning. So that blue boxes, I'm just for people who watch maybe the first time or watch this this session right now. What I do, I calculate ordinary pivot point using the low, high, and close for the previous day, and then I calculate the pivot point using only low and high. Then I compare that two pivot points and find the difference. That difference I put above and below the pivot point and create a box. And I know that a lot of people, why I'm doing that, because I read one research paper, the very, very smart people work with that knowledge on various assets, stock market, Forex market, and everything. And they figure out when you have the day, so previous day, that this pivot point and the second pivot point difference is a little bit huge, that day will be choppy day. And this is, I think, the best indicator of the choppiness that I ever seen. So I realized that box is really huge, almost 1.3360 to just about 1.3305. And believe or not, right now, we are still in that box. Whole day, from the Euro session open till now, we are in that box. Nothing happens. And not just for British pound dollar. The same thing is for Euro dollar. So what I did is this. For today's setup, what I'm watching is I can draw this trend line. So I have right now 4 dots on the chart for this trend line. So I'm bullish and bearish somehow, but I'm more bearish, if we can say that. But as you can see, we have this relative trend line, and we have this RSI trend line. So it's a little bit choppy price. This price can go up, down, very long time. But if we today, maybe during this session, see, for example, drop below 1.336, I'm ready to sell British pound dollar. But right now, we're just in the box and we oscillate up or down, and I'm out of this. And the second thing, the trade of Jannie, I saw that in the morning. I watch British pound dollar and gold and everything, but I concentrate to enter into British pound dollar trade, because we were very, very close to this box to exit from that box, but that didn't happen, and I missed this gold trade from the Jannie. But my way of working was a little bit different, but the same thing. Actually, there was a relative strength index trend line here for the gold, and you can see it was really, really bearish. And the good thing is, in this V shape that we can call for gold, we broke here. As you can see, we were on the bottom, and we just started to break this relative strength trend line and started to go up, and it was a really good trade. But just to tell something related to Jannie and V-shape, which is very attractive for me and for trading and everything. I know that a lot of traders that trade stocks, they don't like Forex to trade. And one of the reasons why they don't like Forex is because they cannot trade every single day V-shape. Because the beautiful and the most effective trades are V-shape trades. If you enter on the right point, you just follow the move, and there's no choppiness in that price, and it's beautiful, and you can make real good money then. But in Forex, the problem with V-shape, the real V-shape, is the shape when you look the left, there's no any price level. Look this. I will just zoom out right now. From this point, we didn't have any price till, what is this? April 10. So we didn't have...
Which time frame is that?
This is the 30-minute. I can go to the 1 hour. There is no problem. The same story is there. Look. So if we watch this...
Yeah, but I mean, it's the catalyst is on the daily time frame, right? The support level on the daily time.
The same thing is because this is the time span of whole month. So as you can see here, now it's a daily chart. But if you if you see this wick here and you go to the past, you will see there's no any price level here till the April 10. So this is the real V-shape and the real stuff, because when you reach that, it's really beautiful. So I think that this was the V-shape. If we go to the lower time frame, 2 on the April 22, because there's no left nothing. It's a fresh low on the fresh high, and then you start to go up or break the relative strength index trend line. It's beautiful. So this trade is beautiful, and I congratulated you, Jannie, because you entered this trade, because it's a really beautiful trade. From
Thank you. Yeah, I was.
Point,
yeah,
it's really joy there.
I just hope that your silver trade, that 100-year plan silver trade of yours is finally going to come into play for you. So I can say the same to you.
Yes, like a rocket, if you remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a rocket. In the next 20 years, you will see that. So what I'm looking, except the British pound dollar, when I'm waiting to see either the break above 1.331 or break below 1.326. What I'm watching too, of course, is a euro dollar, but euro dollar has the same push there as same as British pound dollar, and actually, like I'm watching the same chart. You can see the support and resistance, and we're just there and play to these two levels. I want to sit either above this level, either to below this level to enter into the trade. And this is the for me the only plan right now. We are in that blue box that I'm watching, so it's a really boring. What I'm looking as a potential trade in the future is the US dollar Japanese yen, actually any Japanese yen trade. So if you remember, I had the channel here, but the channel is broken right now. It's not important anymore. The first thing is there is a support line at around 149 level. And this support, actually former support, now resistance, is a little bit strong. We got a couple times either break or rejection, or we are something around that resistance. And now we got rejection 2 days ago, and this is the day number 3, and we are bearish. However, I just shared with people yesterday, I play with AI. What I did is I find some free actually we have free credits AI platform Manus, called Manus, and the catch is this, very similar to ChatGPT. You ask the AI to make investigation on any asset that you like. You can ask for Coca-Cola or Tesla or Apple or Japanese yen, for example. And I just, as a joke, I put to make me report about Japanese yen. And he started to collect information from the 20, 30 sources around the globe. And in one moment, I got information that inflation in the Japan, but it's a really complicated way of calculation that inflation. It's not just a simple inflation, rising every single month. And that pushed the government and the Bank of the Japan to increase the interest rate. And the good thing is that the Japanese government decide to every single year from now, the next time should be in September, maybe earlier, to push the interest rate higher and higher, while the whole world will decrease interest rate. It's just because the Japan didn't follow the others last several years and made a lot of trouble for their industry, stock market, and everything. However, right now, I'm seeing that Japanese yen is stronger against all other currencies. And even today, look this, today, we cannot say that US dollar is so strong. Actually, if we check, US dollar is weak today, weaker today. But we can see how US dollar, Japanese yen is really, really down. If we go, for example, daily chart for euro dollar, we see the euro dollar is bullish today. If you go to the British pound dollar is bullish today. But US dollar, Japanese yen, you can see how yen is a little bit stronger, and we are pushing down, which means that that yen can be, I think, maybe if you watch the weekly chart, can be interesting for trading in the future. Of course, this is the first week that we will get some bearish candle, but I hope that maybe we can follow this trend line on the weekly chart. If you check, this is the bearish move. So if we starting from the 2025, we can see that the US dollar Japanese is really bearish the whole year. Of course, it was correlated with the US dollar, but I think the Japanese yen will be stronger. So maybe I will create some bigger swing trade, long-term swing trade for US dollar, Japanese yen, or any pair when I see that I have the weak currency and strong yen. So this is my plan for some swing trades in the near term. So we will see it will be true or not, but I hope that something will be there. And lastly, I'm watching a Bitcoin. Just to tell one thing that I noticed here, and that is if we draw a trend line indicator on the Bitcoin here, on the 30-minute chart, we can see that it's already broken. And the next thing that we will do, we'll test this resistance that we struggle last 2 days with this resistance. But if we break this resistance here at 103,050 level, I hope that the Bitcoin can go maybe higher, and that it looks like a bearish when we watch, but relative strength index trend line and this, of course, last 1 hour or 2 hours bullish push, I think it is interesting, and maybe we can see something good here. Maybe I will enter in some trade, but I just want to see how will price deal with this big support here that we are struggle last 3 days. So we will see. So this is why I want to hear the poll right now to get insights on crypto market.
The poll. I like that. The
Yes.
poll.
Yeah, I think the answer to your question is it's probably going to deal with it chaotically, most likely. I mean, I mean, look, I keep using this battle analogy, soldiers fighting each other, but it's like, this is the level, right? This is the battle, right? It's for all-time highs. Any asset, this is always the, and you're rarely going to have it where Bitcoin just goes up, down, up, down, up, down. Oh, all-time highs, that's great. Up, down, up, down. It's just not going to do that, right? It's going to be up, then it's going to be down, then it's going to be, So, but let's have a look. Let's have a look what's going on and see if we can make sense of it. This week is a bit of a calm week with not much going on because we've had all that fun action and now Bitcoin needs to give us a retrace. But you can see my screen, okay?
Yes.
So this is just a 15-minute chart, and as you've just been talking about, Igor, it's we've broken down. We were talking about this foundation above 100K with this double bottom, and that really on the 15-minute it doesn't mean much. And hey, look, Bitcoin's just underscoring that point for us. We're coming down, but obviously we're still above 100K, and this bearish divergence on the daily. I mean, it is playing out, but the issue is when you see bearish divergence on these high time frames, you expect a slightly more sizable move as opposed to a tiny little candle like this. So, I mean, I'm expecting you need to presume a retrace a little bit further down, but I'm not sure. I think once we enter this kind of area, the people are going to start jumping in again. And let's just have another look for perspective where we can go. And again, so, if we have a proper retrace, then we're looking around 96, maybe 94, 95, as we've been discussing for confluence. And that would be perfectly healthy. But the issue is when we've got everyone talking about Bitcoin all of the time, you can still see it blasting off from here quite easily, right? We've got all of these tasty support areas to come in on, but Bitcoin, I'm not sure it's 100% going to play ball here. So we could look at this as a bit of a flag forming, perhaps, and maybe look to trade off that. I'll just zoom in a little bit and just see if we can make sense of it, because it is a bit all over the place at the moment, if I'm honest.
Sorry, Paul, if you don't mind, I just quickly want to show this potential scalp, if you don't mind. I can just hand over to you in just a moment. There's a trade setting up.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, hopefully I can share the screen before the trade takes place. All right, so there, okay, is that going to break? You see, that was the pullback. We probably won't get that. I'll just explain the trade in a moment. How many seconds are left here? 20 seconds. If it breaks that high, let's just wait a little bit. See, now that was the breakout. You can see on the longer time frames as well, the 15-minute and the half an hour, we were breaking out to the upside. So that's bullish, and the 1 hour is also bullish. And that you can see, even though this candle is still busy forming, it's also we've got that row of bullish candles, and now it looks like it wants to pierce through, or it looks like this may close as a bullish candle as well. So now I'm just like waiting for an entry. We did get the breakout on the 1 minute time frame. I just would like it to come lower. That candle looked like it was going to. Can you see it okay, or is it very small? Do you have to kind of like squint your eyes?
No problem. Which asset is that?
This is the NASDAQ. This is the NASDAQ. Yeah, so let's see. Okay, so got a little pullback. This is the thing about scalping. Like when it gets ready, when I saw it was coming down, I had to take over the screen. This is a 1 minute time frame. So let's just see what happens here. Okay, another 15 seconds. We'll see what happens with the next one. If I break that, I'm going to get in, because for me, then maybe that's the deepest pullback we'll get. So let's just, okay, there we go. Look, not quite. All right, it's nearly there. It's nearly there. A little bit of patience. And now, please don't slow down. Make the people wait, Nazi. Take off.
Yes. Do you want to short this? If I'm right.
No. I want to go long, because yeah, like I basically trade with what I see on the longer time frame. So we had you see that little arrow there? That means it just broke out of resistance. So, and you see that on the half an hour. Obviously, it's the same level, right? That's why it's breaking out at the same time. So you're breaking out there, and also on all three time frames, these longer time frames, they bullish, right? And then I've got the 233 EMA on the half an hour time frame. That's basically giving me like just a general direction of the market. Obviously, it's bullish. So let me, okay, now I may get my level here. Okay, that's ideal. Now don't fail. All right, there's the support. Okay, now it's like, so that is now support. That's support. But it needs to hold there. So we'll just see. We'll see what happens in the next 30 seconds. If this candle doesn't hold it, then the next one has to. Otherwise, this trade is dead in the water. Okay, but that 15-minute candle, there's another 10 minutes left, so a lot can happen. So let's just see. Okay, we're nearly there. I say nearly there. Come on, push back up. So the next minute is going to be crucial because it has to close above. Okay, so that looks like it. Okay. But you see, we've got that flat bottom on the 1 minute. Let's see if it's going to break that or if it's going to hold it. Okay, that's bouncing beautifully off there for now. So another 1 minute feels so long when you scalp, right? That 1 minute time frame feels like it's taking forever to form the candle. Just want to make sure it holds there. And then if you can just get a follow through on the next candle, that'd be great. Another 20 seconds. Sometimes what happens is like you wait for the candle and it's just like a big candle. It just completely takes off without you. They kind of suck, but they do happen. Okay, but this one is holding quite nicely at the support level. So the new candle will start in 4 seconds. So I'll get ready here. Okay, just break that high for us. There we go. Okay. Okay, so the risk reward ratio on these scalps is typically 1 to 1.2. So there's 80 ticks stop loss and 100 ticks take profit. So this is typically how I would trade it. Okay, I've got these longer time frames. I just need 2 of the 3 to line up. And then I'll trade in the same direction. So, and here we got a breakout, and now it came to retest it. That's a support level. We got that bullish candle. It broke back up again. So, and that's the reason for the trade. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So let's see if this trade's going to work. Now, when it so the risk reward ratio, as I said, is like 1 to 1.2. But as the price goes into my favor, I typically reduce the stop loss. I never increase the stop loss. There's only one position that I change, and that is I reduce the stop loss. So that makes for like over a series of trades, then my risk reward ratio ends up being bigger than 1 to 1.2 on average. So come on, Nazi, stop me out or go to take profit. Don't take up all that time. All right, anyway, so that's the trade. Okay, let's just see. Maybe it's going to fail now. I'm still holding there. All right, we'll give it 2 more minutes, and then I'll just hand over to you, Paul, so that we don't. I'll just take back when the trade plays out. Yeah, otherwise.
Last question, Jannie, for NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Go to the 4-hour chart. What do you think about a 22,000 level for NASDAQ?
I'm going to have to do on my CFD on the NASDAQ.
4-hour chart.
Yeah. It's definitely bullish, don't you think?
Yes, but there is a strong support resistance level on 22,000 there. And we'll really push maybe to that resistance. So
yeah, it does look like it, yeah. But 22 is very close to the all-time highs, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look like it. It's pretty much moving in a straight line on the longer time frames. On the shorter time frames, well, like we can see, it's definitely also bullish. But we'll see what happens now. It's very slow. We're also now approaching the support here on the 15-minute. So come on. Yeah, but you're right, Igor. Like it does. Like no, I'm not sure if we are going to make all-time highs or not. What do you think? Do you think we're going to make all-time highs?
Yes, I think that when I watch the chart, I cannot find any resistance that will hold this move right now. I think that we break several of them, and now up to 22,000, there's no rejection of the price that I can see. But okay, everything is possible. This is the market. So
yeah,
looks really huge push.
Do you think that something could potentially change when this, as this tariff war goes on, especially with the new announcements, the new proposal?
Only the best, because I know that Trump doing this only to push other nations to buy U.S. products, and I think that this is just not called a trick, but this is only the tool that Donald Trump used. And his interest is to make the deal with every single powerful country in the world. And I think with China, with anyone, he will do that. And finally, that will put the whole stock market to be bullish. So This is the plan. This is his plan. So this is it.
Yeah, that's his plan. Look, this trade is extremely slow. We've been you can just see there's not a lot of volume here. So we can either sit here and watch paint dry, or maybe Paul, it will probably best for you to just take over. If we do get closer to, if I get stopped out, I'll just say to you, I got stopped out. If I take profit, I'll show you. I'm not going to show you the loss. I'll just tell you it lost. All right, but it's like it doesn't look like it's holding it. Well, it's still ranging at that support level. So typically what you want to see is like when there's enough volume here, like when it breaks that high, you want to see it continue. Like we're not getting that right now. It's just ranging to the side. So yeah, I don't know if it's gonna go up or down from this point, but in terms of how I trade, that's everything spot on. Everything spot on. Yeah. Come on. Go higher. There's another 3 minutes left in this hour. Okay. It's a bit dry. All right, Paul, sorry. I'll hand over to you.
Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen okay?
Yeah.
So yeah, we've obviously just start over. We're obviously still above 100K, and we're now retesting this area which we've dropped down from. Now that's fine, it's okay, but we need to figure out what's going to happen at this area. So we need to see how the price action responds to 100K for sure. So this is the area to watch for now, but it is a waiting game. You notice we do have a low volume node down here. So yeah, we do need to wait, especially considering this bearish divergence right on the daily, which could give us a steeper retrace. So I would be cautious here. However, we do know that the market weather has shifted slightly, and if we try and look at the money flow, so we've had this nice bounce, not so great for altcoins. We've had a bounce here. And if you want to try and figure out what the general sentiment is going to be over the next few days in terms of altcoin performance and even Bitcoin, you need to pay attention to these two highs here, right? We don't want this to surpass that high, because then this downtrend switches. So you want to keep an eye on this first. And when you start seeing maybe when you get your first red candle, that would be maybe your signal to be a little bit more bullish on some altcoin setups. So it's a bit of a negotiation at the moment for sure. You need to wait and see what happens. It's definitely the next couple of days. You need to just wait and see what Bitcoin is doing. And obviously, when we're looking at this is why we're looking at the 15-minute chart, because we want to, if the price actually comes back up here and retakes this level, then of course you can see that we might be heading up here. But right now, we need to wait and see where it lands. And looking at what 100K is. But I've got a couple of, that's it really with Bitcoin. Igor, you got any other competing thoughts about that?
No, beautiful.
I like the sentiment one. I mean, you've been waiting. I know you've been watching that chart for a very long time, and it was just pushing up and up and up and up. And you mentioned like you need that to be broken, and it didn't just break; it crashed. Right?
Yeah.
That sentiment one.
I don't know which one we're talking about. Bitcoin dominance.
Well, yeah, the one that was like that steep trend up, and you were waiting for it. Like you said, we need a break of that trend.
Let me just find it. Yeah, this.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, and we're in terms of the big picture, we've come back above the primary support line, but this is essentially what you can see it again here, right? This was the November election, and this is altcoin season, and it's pretty crazy when people start jumping in, because you got to think about it. Bitcoin's doing fine. There's a lot of institutional adoption. There's lots of people still every day just buying it. Lots of companies, lots of public bodies, lots of institutions around the world. You know, Ukraine, as an example, is looking to create a Bitcoin strategic reserve as well. If you want to learn more about the latest news, there'll be a crypto news video out tomorrow on Prime X covering these things. But yeah, we do get those moves, because when Bitcoin is, everyone's very hesitant and they're not entering the market, or they're exiting their positions to wait and see. When you kind of get the starting gun signal, when Bitcoin kind of gives all of these bullish signals, and then we get a serious kind of move to an upper range from Bitcoin, then people start jumping in, right? And it's quite significant, the moves, right? The amount of money which comes in. Just like when things go wrong, like with here, that was the biggest liquidation event, I think, in cryptocurrency history. You know, then you get the opposite. So, but this is what we want to see, and we want to see it come down further and a confirmed break. And this time, instead of coming back up to retest and then just meandering back up, we want it to come down further. But as we've talked about, I keep saying that, you know, coming up here might be where we need to go for the tipping point, but I think we're switching over a little bit. But a couple of setups just to talk about is these two. So this is near. I can't remember the origins of this setup, whether it's for the live stream or a top altcoin pick. So this, of course, is we want Bitcoin to facilitate a retrace back down to here. And if Bitcoin just has a little bit of a bearish posture on the short term, then this will probably happen. So we've got two setups, near and, well, not just two, there's loads of setups which we're waiting for a retrace. As an example, AVAX, you know, we're waiting for probably a move back down to here, but these have got some ways to go, as does BNB potentially. So we're just looking at these for now, as these are approaching kind of a buy zone. So we've got the 618, we've got these moving averages creeping around following a golden cross. It's just 4 hours, so it's no big deal. But then you've got the 618, you've got the support, presuming this pattern upper resistance now acts as support. So you've got a lot of confluence in this area. So I'm looking at near for a potential trading opportunity in this area, maybe coming in at the 618. Hopefully I'll be able to put that on tomorrow. I'm not going to add on the exchange just yet. But then we've got CFX, which is a little bit closer, but we have less potential, well, less clear support. So this is a support zone, and we've obviously got this diagonal trend line below, plus a golden cross in the process of forming. So the first area you could possibly come in here would be about 0.843 down here, because then you've got the breakout level of this half-formed triangle as well. So, and then you've got the 50. So it's a couple of setups, but this one I think is better. If you think about how many buyers here and how clear it is where the buyers are, there's quite a few. 618, this moving average, plus we're quite low into this kind of pivot area consolidation. So near is probably the one I'm going to be looking at, and I'll probably come in at 618 if Bitcoin gives me something. But this is the whole thing, right? So I'm looking to come in down here. I'm thinking I'm going to come in at the 618 to start with, right? What do I need to see from Bitcoin in order for me to do that, right? So firstly, I need Bitcoin to be at some support level, so either 100K down here. So that would be an option. I need Bitcoin to be at support. So at least if it bounces there, like it has previously, it'll pull my trade up. Or I need Bitcoin to come up here and then come back down and then enter again. But it's about what scenario is going to facilitate this downwards movement. But if Bitcoin just sits pretty, a little bit under, just above 100K, just waiting, then this might be a good option. But this is the whole point. You're looking at two relatively similar setups. You've got to think about which is the one with the probabilities in your favor. So, I mean, Igor, which one would you choose out of these two?
Whew. It's a little bit tricky. So, just a little bit to watch more closely. maybe I will choose not this, the second one.
Tell me why, my friend. Tell the people why.
I will just because I'm near to the support and my risk reward ratio will be better only because of that. So I don't have a clue just because of the risk reward ratio.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let's just have a look at. It's always important to put these things on. So if I come in at the 618, right, and maybe I'm looking for a target 2 trade with this one potentially. So let's have a look at the risk reward. So it's not actually, I'm not, maybe it's kind of the same really. So that's a little bit better, but yeah. And this is how it can really help you determine which one to choose, because they're quite similar. And I prefer to have about a 3. So this one's edging it out for me actually. So I think I agree with you, Igor. I think I agree. I think this is the one. And for people who are paying attention, like, what are we doing, right? Just pick one and trade it. No, right? You get the probabilities in your favor by having multiple setups and choosing the one which best aligns with what you think Bitcoin's going to do next. And of course, risk reward and making sure. So we could go on and put a, so you're thinking either here, Igor, is that what you think about 8, 4, 3?
Can I just quickly take over the screen? Sorry, it's just a very quick update on the trade, if you don't mind. Sorry, it's just the live trades, you know what it's like. Okay, so we're now getting close to the we're about to break out on this 1 minute time frame. So we've been raging to the side for quite a few minutes, holding that support. And then it looked like it was going to break up. Then it came back to the support zone, and now it looks like we're going to break out of this this resistance again. And if you look at the longer time frames, you see we got the breakout on the 1 hour as well. So that's confirmed. So you've got bullish candles on 2 out of the 3, even though the third one is a little bit bearish. Not a little bit, it is bearish. I just need 2 out of the 3, right? So we are approaching the take profit area now. We're getting pretty close. And hopefully it won't take 10 minutes to get there. But at this point, I will reduce my stop loss. You see, like, I'll bring it to just below there. So if this trade does reverse for any reason, that's not a problem. Like, over a series of like 20 trades, if your risk reward ratio is 1 to 1.2, and you are in a position to reduce some of that losses, or the risk even smaller, then again, I was finding resistance there. So I took over the screen because it came so close, and I thought that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take over the screen when it's like about to close, and then it's not. It doesn't want to do it. All right. So let's see. Is it going to reverse or what? So it's currently, it just found resistance there. You see now this line. Yeah, you see these two. It's almost like a band. This is the 2 standard deviation. Now, usually people look at that as a resistance area. Now, you don't trade, so in other words, they try to short it, but then they don't pay attention to the bias. So if your bias is wrong and you try to short off a 2 standard deviation VWAP or 1 standard deviation VWAP, you're just constantly going to get stopped out, okay? Because you are against what's going on the longer time frames. Now, this is a very similar approach to my Forex trading, right? You need to, I think all of us here, we have a very similar approach in terms of you need confluences on multiple time frames, and it needs to make sense, right? You can't just look at, for example, in Forex, I know there's a lot of people who just look at the 15-minute time frame, and they just trade off the 15-minute time frame. Okay, there we get the breakout, to the upside finally. So when you get that arrow, that just means it closed above the resistance. And this indicator is like a, it's like it updates automatically, right? So it follows the price action. So you don't have to manually draw the lines. That's why I really like this indicator. It's just a standard built-in indicator. It's not custom or anything like that. So can you please just give me the profit so I can hand back over to Paul? Come on, we're nearly there. All right. Hopefully in this minute. It's pretty slow, I have to say. We'll get there right now. There we okay. All right, so that trade worked. Okay. Sorry about that, Paul, and thank you at the same time. There you go.
Okay. Right. What we did. Right. Cool. Here we go. Right. What were we talking about? So we decided CFX, right? So let's. I agree. I think it's a nice position. Now, people you'd be wondering about, what happens if you lose the 200 MA. But when you're in this position where you've got a golden cross looking like it's about to fulfill, then you've got support here. There'll be a bit of a tussle, but I think I'm going to try and come in down here. So that's going to be 843 entry, trying to take profits up here. And then of course, my plan would be, we've got this lower diagonal support, right? So this is my invalidation line, right? And you'll notice my stop loss is below that invalidation line in this thing. So essentially, we're going to put the trade on in a second and hope it gets filled in time before tomorrow's stream. But if we do come in here, and then the trade works out, then great, super. That's ideally what I want to happen, right? Wick down from 200 MA, 50, in support, catapults this upwards. There you go, right? Simple, simple, simple. However, this is crypto. It's highly volatile, people. So if this happens, comes back down here, and then we come back down here, then this is the line in the sand I'm watching. So if I see a candle body close maybe on the 30-minute below this area, I'm looking to get out as quickly as possible. Now, hopefully, a breakdown here might give me that retest. There's a bit of a risk here, but the idea is that I've got options even before it comes towards my stop loss, because this is essentially my invalidation line for a trade, and that's something I can pay attention to and to look to just get out at no loss if that goes. So when I see this scenario, I'm quite happy because I have options if things go wrong. And this, I think, is what people need to be realizing crypto, that whether or not you push the button isn't about the perfect entrance. It's also about how you can manage it if things go in a different direction. And because we've got ambiguity with Bitcoin, how far the retrace will be, then of course I need to take those things into consideration. So let's just put that on, and then hopefully later tomorrow we'll have something. So just to confirm, let's just check everything. 5.3, there we go. Stop loss, is that right? No, that's not right. Stop loss isn't right, I don't think. 0.067, let's just double check. 0.067, yes, let's do that. That would destroy me because that's just too low down. Let's get the zeros in the right position, and let's just put that on. Really straightforward. And as you can see, that if we draw a line around where my entrance is, just as Igor said, we've got really nice confluence with this support zone, right? So that's what we're sort of looking at. It's not an A setup for sure, but when we're seeing the market pivot, we have to realize that our strategy we've been trading previously, which has been a little bit more cautious, we have to try and back off that a little bit and just be like, okay, bullish context. So, we're probably going to have target twos if this goes, and we're probably not going to have a steeper retrace now because people are just waiting for entrances as opposed to sitting at their desk, biting their nails in fear of what might happen. I mean, any thoughts on that, guys?
Excellent setup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but like you said, it's not your it's not like your A+ setup. I think that's very important to mention. When you do take a trade, that's not an A+ setup, and also the reasons why it's not, right? And typically, I know you probably approach it the same. Like you reduce your trade size. And, is that right? You reduce your trade size if you know it's not an A+.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, if I was doing, I'm not scalping at the moment, but if I was doing like quick in and out leverage trades, then it would be reduced capital for sure, especially with spot, which is what we're doing at Primex. I'm not particularly, I'm not as, it's more just a scaling in thing as opposed to anything. But the thing is, when it's liquidation is obviously the hellscape we all want to avoid, and it happens occasionally to the best of us in black swans. But in terms of, if you combine scaling in, right, with an awareness that you need to reduce capital, then that's the perfect balance of going with the flow and protecting your assets. And like we're looking at Atom right now, Cosmos, and we've got options. We've got a few options for an entry now. Because of where Bitcoin is, I don't think we should be coming in here. However, this golden cross, which has just occurred, would be a nice, probably to maintain the bullish context. And if we, in these situations when there is a bit of ambiguity, for sure, right? And people will be quite fearful about a repeat of what's occurred previously, so they jump in and then the market resets and they all get burnt. But simply put, the price action will have buyers coming in here at this moving average, especially because it's a golden cross, and especially because you've got confidence with the 50 and the 200, right? And a bounce off here would maintain the bullish context, because as we've established, this head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders, is a bit janky, and therefore people will acknowledge it's janky and that there's a few different areas to come in. So for Atom, because we've got a more bullish context, coming in a little bit lower, just below the support, might be the best play. But as Jannie said, adjust your position. So you could come in here with 25% of your intended position and then wait and see what happens, right? If it comes down, you're at support, right? And you see the solid bounces from support, so you could enter again. But I'm not thinking that's going to happen. So we come down here, you buy entry, and then you're like, but yeah, it could come down, so I'm a bit worried, small position. But then here we go, we come back up, find our feet again, and then here's your other entrance, right? So you're waiting to see what happens, and then you're just going with it. You're going with the flow. And even if it just bounces and goes up from here, then okay, you've had profits on a smaller position. But remember, the first thing you need to be concerned with is not profits, it's protecting your capital. And this is the whole process. So when I do this in front of you, you'll obviously see me, very concerned about what happens if it goes the wrong way, because I don't want my stop loss hit. I don't like that. It doesn't make me happy. I prefer to get out of trade before the stop loss gets hit. And I think this is the equation for sure. See anything else? This GMX is it's the bane of these live streams, because it just never plays ball. It never does anything quick. Still waiting for this area, or maybe the golden zone. I think Jannie, your shout was probably the best to come in at this area, because we're getting squeezed. So maybe coming in at the top of the golden zone at the 0.5 would be a good option. So this is in play for sure. But for me, I'm not going to come in there. I want to wait. So we've got one setup which I'm looking to come in at if we have a little bounce in this area, which is essentially what we're looking for here. But then I can have GMX in my back pocket if Bitcoin retraces further, and then I'll come in here. So if I'm in my other trade and I'm like, okay, it's gone down a bit, I'm not too depressed, because I've got an opportunity on GMX. And even if things go south with what's it called, CFX, then GMX can come in and save the day by offsetting any potential losses I have by my stop loss being hit. So it's a hedge essentially, but this is the advantage of having multiple setups to trade, really. So I think it'll be interesting to see what plays out there, but I'm not going to be in too many trades at once. Just see if there's anything else happening, any other opportunities. They're all just waiting to come down for sure. BNB, again, it's in a good place. You can maybe come in with BNB here, but as we've established, we've looked at Bitcoin, bearish retest, and you have to presume it's coming down. And therefore, if you think you're entering BNB here, you're like, well, okay, but it's probably going to come down here because of Bitcoin. And then we have better confidence in the point of control. And then there's your trade. So waiting game for sure. But that's what's happening at the moment. A couple of trades, and hopefully we'll see later in the week if those play out.
Excellent. Guys, I have a trade that I can make right now. I will share you the screen and the idea that I got right now. So first, let me show the trade. Okay, I hope that you see the trading platform.
Yeah.
Excellent. So I will do the trade that looks not to trade. And I will describe you why I'm doing that. So a little bit, it's a tricky, but I will show you what's happened right now. So I will put my stop loss to be at the previous high at 332. It's around 30 pips right now. And I'm targeting for now 3-15, but I will change this and I will see how our trade is going to the end of this day. If it's nowhere, I will close it. If it's going somewhere, I will move my stop loss. So this is it. And now I will show you what I'm looking on the trading view, just to see the charts and how this is a little bit unconventional trade. But what I figure out here is that on all markets right now, US dollar index is starting to go up. If you look, we are just 0.1% from the to be a positive today this day. Of course, I see the reason why I took this trade is that euro dollar on this chart, maybe you cannot see. I'll put the 5-minute chart, but I don't have my blue boxes because it's other platform. However, we broke that blue rectangle on the euro dollar, and it's not by accident. And what is interesting right now, we're down or below this blue box, and that happening in the end of the day. Actually, we have several hours at the end of the day, which is very interesting. And the other side, if we watch, let me take a British pound dollar. If we watch a British pound dollar on the 30-minute charts, we can see that we are still in the bearish move. We didn't break the relative strength line, trend line. And why I took British pound dollar, why I didn't took euro dollar, because the risk reward ratio. Right now, I have a 30 pips to the ultimate daily high. And on other side, all other currencies started to go down when we watch the US dollar. So euro dollar started to go down. If I go to watch Aussie dollar, I will show you Aussie dollar right now. I mean, just look at the daily chart, maybe. You can see it's a bearish whole day, and we are in the bearish move. This day, I think it finished as the bearish. New Zealand dollar, the same thing. We are bearish here. Euro dollar, like I said, we broke this moment. We are almost bearish. We are very close to the break even. We are 0.06% positive, but we are going down here. So there is a logic here. There is a strong resistance in the daily chart. We are struggling last 4 days here. We broke that support. Now it's a resistance. Yesterday was some bearish doji candle. Today can be bearish candle too, but this is not the end of the day. So all currencies right now are very good when we compare with the US dollar. So starting to be bearish, euro dollar, Aussie dollar, Kiwi dollar, everyone except the British pound, which there's no anything fundamentally that can push British pound dollar, only that it's a little bit stronger than others. But when British pound dollar start to follow other currencies against the dollar and they start to move, usually that move is volatile and I can get really good push downside. So what I did right now, I just enter in the moment when we're a little bit sideways. However, I think that that will be changed because British pound dollar will follow the other pairs, because fundamentally there is nothing there to follow, to go against all other. So this is the two levels that I watch. I just took a 5-minute chart, but the two levels that we can watch right now. One level is the 1.3265, and this is the resistance. And as you can see, we're whole day we're fluctuating between these two levels. Just play around, but I think that there is a bigger chance just because of the trend line of British pound dollar to go down and break this. But I will get a great risk reward ratio. Even that we continue here and the market just stop or don't react, I will get some profit and I will get a good risk reward ratio. So Paul, with his question about risk reward ratio, just give me this trading idea. So I think that
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah,
I know, it's like I just think it.
Yeah.
yes,
Just
yes,
think an idea. Yeah. All right.
yes.
Well, I hope it works for you. Yeah, I do. So that support level, yeah, because you're in that range, right? And that's a very short time frame, right? That's a 5 minutes. So
Yes, it looks short, but if you believe or not, this is the whole day. So we're just dancing
yeah,
between two levels, whole day from the morning to the end of the day. So even if I go to the 31 hour chart, it's boring. So it's two levels and price just oscillate in the range. However, like I said, on 30-minute chart, we are bearish. We're bearish on the relative strength index. So I believe even that this trade looks, oh, maybe it's bullish. Look, this bullishness, but I think that it's not true. So
is it fake news? No,
yes,
look,
yes.
I mean, so for me, it's the look. I'm not saying we are bullish or bearish. I just think there's strong arguments for both, and that's why I think it's best to just stay on the side. That's all.
Yes, sometimes, but I know that the tough trade is usually the best trade. So sometimes when you are not sure is a bullish or bearish, and you are some resistance and you're doubt, but if you see that there is a bearish divergence and you are on resistance, you can try with a tight stop loss, and you can see what will happen. Sometimes you will get very good risk reward ratio. Sometimes you'll be losing trade, but overall you will be positive just because of the good risk reward ratio. So
yeah, it's like as long as you don't start to overtrade, because those areas when you're not sure whether it's bullish or bearish, that's usually when you're not just overtrade, but if you look at your account history, you'll see like, oh gee, I placed 6 long trades and 5 short trades, like during the same day, because I wasn't sure if it's going to go long or short. And it can be, I'm not saying that's what you're doing, I'm just saying it can be dangerous.
But we all look, we all sometimes overthinking is worse than overtrading, because you don't trade at all when you overthink. And sometimes you've just got to go, right, I got divergence, I got 2 points of confluence, it's a clear range, let's go, baby, right? And you just got to do it sometimes, because we all get tied up in knots and we sit at our desk thinking, oh, this is a B or is it an A? I don't know. and then by the time you figure it out, it's like, oh, it's gone. Oops. So.
Yeah, but look, but you need to be clear on your bias, though. That you need to be. You can't be in doubt about your bias.
Yeah.
About the actual trade and that. Yes, I agree with that. But your bias has to be clear. So for me, the pound US dollar over the long term is long. Yeah, but I had a shorter term short bias. Well, I'm not going to go through the whole thing again, but yeah, I think your bias has to be clear. But Paul, what you just mentioned about you've got your diversions, you've got this, and you've got 2 or 3 points, and it agrees with your bias. Then yeah, I agree. Otherwise, like you said, you're going to sit there and think, oh, is this really a good trade? And then it takes off without you. You're never going to place any trades if you wait for the 100%. Not the 100% setup. You want to get a good setup, but the outcome is not guaranteed ever. It's never guaranteed.
Yes,
so
yes, but for example, when I look right now, this situation, I feel like, we're built down, up, down, up, down, up, and we're very close to this, some kind of the resistance, if we can say that. And maybe we have another push to test this resistance. That can be a bullish or bearish trade, make him broke or not. But the good thing is, I know it's end of the day. I have few hours. There's no bullish momentum, strong bullish momentum that push new highs or something like that. We are sideways right now. And I think the next cycle can be bearish. And maybe I can take a little bit money, maybe not. So this is the low risk trade. And I think it's worth of the shot.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Inspiring.
Yeah, definitely. Can we just have a quick look at gold? I just want to get your thoughts here, if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
So this thing is just like, even during the session, it just keep pushing higher. And I keep thinking we need a pullback, we need a pullback, we need a pullback, and we're not getting it. So again, I'm not complaining. It's like so that's basically, this horizontal is the entry, that's the stop loss. So it's pretty decent. That's the take profit area. But it's just I don't like this straight. Well, I do, and I also don't, because I just feel like it needs like a correction at some point. But it's just been a very, very strong day today on, on gold. It just like pushed straight up on the daily. Again, the same. But what do you guys think? Do you think a bit of a pullback would be healthy?
Oh, I think
It's healthy.
Well, this is healthy. If it goes all the way to the take profit, that would also be healthy. I'll be very healthy. But anyway, guys, I do think we're going to expect a pullback. I just don't know exactly when. I was expecting it down here. We're not getting it, but that's fine. Hopefully, we'll just go all the way to the take profit. But we have sadly run out of time. So, Paul, Igor, as always, great to see you guys. And for everybody watching, thanks for watching. The next session starts in 30 minutes from now. From us, it's good evening and safe trading. Cheers, guys.
Great night, guys. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Michael.
Hey, Sam, what's going on?
All good, all good. How are you?
Not too bad at all. Just hanging out in these markets.
Awesome, awesome. Aymane, good to see you again.
Hello, good to see you, Michael, Sam. How are you
Very
doing,
good.
guys?
Oh, I should be changing the color to what's a neutral color? I didn't trade today. I had podcasts all day. I had like 15 minutes.
It's green. It's green, Sam. It's green.
I'll say a white color. But maybe I'm determined to get a trade in, so I will be jumping in at some point, hopefully, and be like, "Oh, trade." But
okay.
Yeah. How's your trading day been?
Me, like yesterday, perfect.
Gotta love that. Love that answer, Aymane.
Actually, even it was difficult because I'm trading with some friends on Zoom, but I managed to record. So, but just everything in the
Really
zone,
good.
clicked in, took the sell, took the buy, took the sell.
I'm looking at the chart and I'm like, damn, that's a nice move up.
but it was choppy in the first, I think, 1 hour or 1 hour 30 minutes. It was crazy choppy, and that's what I trade. I didn't trade the big move up. I just closed my laptop.
Right. Because it was chaotic and choppy, that's why you did so well. That's brilliant.
Yeah, let's jump directly into it.
Absolutely.
If it's okay, Michael.
Yeah.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, sure. Let's see the entire screen. Yep.
Let me. Okay, you're up.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So let's start week daily. Let's start from the daily. So the daily on the pre-market, what's happened is we take out the low of the previous day. To be honest, I was without bias. I didn't have a clear direction for the day. I was more, let's say, okay, let's react to the price and see how it goes. I mentioned yesterday that when we have red folder news, the market tend to take one direction, and that's what's happened later. But in the open, it was a little bit choppy, and I saw the same pattern that I showed yesterday of choppy market. I saw it today, and I just traded from the supply and buy from the demand. So in the daily here, the pre-market, we took those lows. I would like more to see like this break of this low happen, let's say, on the NY session, not before. So yes, we were trending from Asia. And let's show directly the footprint, because I was looking at the footprint on Asian session. Like before the NY session closed, I think we had something interesting. So we had like 1 hour or 45 minutes before the market closed yesterday. We had a 2,305 here at the top. And then like from Asia, we couldn't break this NY session high, and just we continue lower. So I was bearish at certain points, but it was more like we took out the low, and we are like the structure wise and momentum is bullish in the 4 hour daily, etc. So it was, I didn't have a clear, let's say, direction for the day. I will be confident to hold it. Yes, we are trending from Asia. We respect those big cluster here, and for sure maybe some sellers, or there is some absorption here of the buyers, big absorption. Like I remember, like I took a trade yesterday somewhere here, and we held this price, and I think we mentioned that we need to see some big numbers from the let's say from the ask side, absorption to sell. And yeah, we had it here, and we sold off from Asia. So Asia, a little bit of London, we take out the lows. And what happened when we took out the low, we had a big candle, like big candle with high volume. So maybe those sellers were squeezed, let's say, getting out after this low got taken. And when we check the footprint, you can see, I think in 30 minutes. Yes, it was in 30 minutes. Let's see so 30 minutes we have, I think, not that big volume, but let's say the biggest volume in the last 4-5 candles after we took out the lows. So definitely it was from here, it was a retracement, let's say a correction. I was more, let's say, in the beginning, maybe we'll take out the lows again. So it was mixed. So if I came back to the trading view, so we had a new news, I think at 8:30 Eastern time, and like the news like did nothing. So we touched the supply and came back, and we had this pattern for the ranging market that I mentioned yesterday and the day before. Like you have this candle here, we took this previous high, closed red, and here we took this previous low and come back to the range. So yeah, we could break, but we will stay a little bit longer in this range to see who is winning. And so when I saw this pattern, I was more, let's say, trading the supply, absorption into the supply. I didn't wait for confirmation, let's say, in the 5 minutes, but it was a little bit aggressive. So I took the first sell actually literally after this candle close here. So here I took the first sell. I waited a little bit to see the next candle. I'm not sure, but I was aggressive. So the first touch, I saw this big candle, and on the footprint, we had just big cluster in the top, just the same pattern, some big cluster in the top into the supply. Here it is. Yeah. So at 3:35, this was the market open. We pushed directly to the supply, and we had like the biggest cluster in all this candle. So for me, it was perfect because I hesitated a little bit, and then I sold from the top right here. I took 3 contracts here, came back to break even, and I enter again 5 contracts, took those low, and then I bought from here, got break even. What I saw is I saw this minus 128 cluster. I enter a little bit early into the demand. I got break even, and I re-enter and took this high again, took profit here, and then I took another sell from here until here. Let's show. I think I have the recording.
Man.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Today, Aymane.
I'm not sure. Is it this one?
The master of chop.
This is last trade. Yeah, so sorry if the recording is not that clear, but it was tough because to record on Mac, like all the screen, all the rest become black, and especially I was in a Zoom meeting, so it was tough. But I wanted to record. So same here on yellow, the pattern of the choppy market, like not choppy, but it will be a little bit in a range before taking a direction. So we tap into this 30-minute supply, and the cluster delta actually pissed me off a little bit today because it was lagging. It was really lagging. You can see here I'm trying to, and it was lagging. And I thought like I will miss the first sell. So let's go straight into it. So yeah, I took the first sell here. So 5 micros. You can see here like 5 micros, just a little bit aggressive. So when we came here, like I took, I think, 3, and it came back to break even. So it was 0 drawdown. It was beautiful.
Lovely.
Man, love those trades.
Yeah. So yeah, here just I was mentioning that here was the biggest cluster. I think here I was on 8 ticks. That's why you see 111. But normally it was 170 at the top. But still, it's the biggest cluster on this candle into the supply. Just trade the reaction. And yeah, let's forward it. Yeah, here it came back to my break even, I think. Let me see. Yeah. So I took profit actually here, and then it came back to my break even. Yeah, now here I took profit, 2 micros left, and then it will come back to my break even. And it was like even the buy from here was good, but it was too aggressive to buy in the middle of the range. If I want to buy, let's say, this 115 cluster here at the low, but it was like near to the supply. There is not enough range to trade the buy. So just I put at break even, and it took me out at break even here. Yeah, somewhere here, and then re-enter. This is the 15-minute, 15-minute delta chart. So we had 157 here also at the top. We have this minus 130. So actually I was trading just the top, come back to lower and sell. So here I was in a trade, selling again from here. I was targeting those lows first, and I think I took profit here on this demand. Here I tried to answer the first based on the absorption I showed earlier. Like it was big clusters here, tapping into this demand right here. We took out this trend line here. We test this trend line like maybe 3-4 times. So we test this trend line, take it. we surpassed it a little bit and then came back. Yeah, here I saw this, it's positive. So I was seeing like some big clusters, but still there was no reaction from the buyers. So you can see here, I think I jumped where I think here, somewhere here. Oh, yeah, here. So here I jumped a buy and just it came back and it hit me break even. It was aggressive because I thought like maybe it will take out those lows before going high, but I saw like those big cluster held the price like yesterday, the same price action like yesterday, same thing. And then I re-enter. I saw like we are holding. It's a big candle because it's important in the range. The way I trade in the range is big candles to the demand and buyback. And this is what we had here, like big candle on the 5 minutes. And then, yeah, here I bought somewhere here. Did I show it here? It took a little bit long. Yeah, here. Okay, here. So here I re-enter somewhere here and just trade back to the range and take out some profit here. So I was trading a little bit, let's say small, not that big. I want just to, because it's aggressive. It's not like waiting for confirmation, but just basing on higher time frame, supply, demand, and just the delta. So take out here some three contracts and let the rest run.
Yeah, you called it beautifully. I mean, the top, bottom, perfect.
Yeah.
Right. Like the level was skill to be able to do both of those was that was good.
really good.
You've been in the zone.
Yeah, I've been in the zone. Like Wednesday, Thursday, I am always in the zone. Yeah. And then I took this last one because I stopped recording. This one I entered 10 micros, and I took just the same thing. I don't know what is the time here, but just same thing. There was some big absorption on the 15 minutes. Let me show it. And then I enter a little bit aggressive this one. So sorry guys, I took all the time.
No, it's fine.
Yeah. So
it sounded like you the only one who took trade today. I didn't take any today. I didn't have nothing even close.
Yeah.
Sam.
Okay. So I can take my time.
You can host the whole thing. I mean, me and Michael will.
Yeah,
we'll just
it's
sit
okay.
back and.
Yeah. So basically, I took the last trade. I took it here, somewhere here, and it was based again supply. We had some big clusters here on the top. This 124 on the 15 minutes. So I wanted to trade this cluster here, come back to this demand. So, and that's exactly here what's I showed here. So just I took here 10 contracts, the same. This is 5 minute charts. Come back to take those lows, and just close my laptop. And after, you can see that we had the last push, and then we broke the. So here I took my last trade, took profit here and here, and then we touched it one last time and broke higher. Yeah, it was a good day, choppy, but choppy price, difficult to trade. But again, like the way we will see a lot of this price action on the upcoming weeks. Basically, like in my opinion, always when we are approaching the summer, like end of May, June, maybe July, like the markets slow down a lot.
Sure.
So so we could continue like trending higher, but it will be a little bit choppy, like choppy before then the move happens. So it will stop everyone out before the move happen. And as a trader, like you have to just know that it's not like April, those crazy volatility and those like crazy moves. Like you have to adapt and as a trader, you have to test, let's say, your strategy on all the cycles, if to see how it's performed. So April, yeah, we had some crazy volatility here, but we could see it back with tariff time to time. But let's see if we saw this week, it was a little bit, let's say, just ranging for a couple of hours at the open before continue higher.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's it, I think.
No, really good.
Nice.
Really good stuff.
Yeah, you've been in it for the last 2 days. You've been in like
you've been
in this
smashing
zone
it.
for sure.
Properly smashing it.
Yeah, in terms of setup, yes, but like PNLs still, it's like nothing really big, because I don't want to enter, let's say, just a full, let's say, two minis or 20 micros just on those type of trades. I'm more, let's say, I know it's this style, it's a little bit aggressive, so I don't want to put the full, let's say, size into it. So, but definitely, like those last days it was good to trade. Yeah, and I know it's tough. It's not easy to trade this type of choppiness, because like you see like big push down, come back straight to the range, and the way the price like push back to the range when we have a big push down, let's say, it's happened so fast.
Yeah.
Like normally, like, and maybe you can confirm that, coaches, that sell move happen more quicker. But with this type of, let's say, markets, like especially when we are ranging, like the push, the sell off happen quick, and also buy back to the range, it happen so quick. So
yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely on that side for sure, because even GN, I'll show it really quick. The GN trade that I was in yesterday did something similar to that, right? I ended up having to close this obviously before 355, but these sneaky people, y'all see, remember the TP that we put on here yesterday was, when we grabbed this right over here, right?
Yeah.
Stop was below here. The TP was up here, right? But what did they do? They hung out all the way for a few hours, as you can see, right? Then I had to close it because session changeover was coming. And then they moved in Asia, and they went way past the TP, right? This almost was a 3-for-1, right? So the move was definitely there, but they held it. So I didn't get the full move on this, because again, I don't like to hold my trades into the next session. But kind of what you're speaking on, Aymane, if you look at this right here, I'm gonna just move this over. Look at this candle right here. They wicked it down right to this exact price that people probably got in at.
Yeah.
Right here with this one wick, right? So even if you did try to hold this trade over to the next session, they got you with this one. Like this, they wicked you out. And this is exactly what I mean when I say this is why I don't like to hold my trade into the next session. Imagine being up, and they do this move, right? Take you out and then move in the intended area, intended direction after that. Like, this is just a nasty setup right here, right? Like, even for them to, again, make the exact move how it's supposed to be and end up all the way up here, this is way past the TP I had it at yesterday, right? But this one little wick, this got people right here, right at the session changeover, right? They widen that spread, and especially on GN, because the spread is already, it's not like Euro USD or GBP USD. So this spread sometimes be 30, 45, 50 pips, like 30, 35, 40 pips. When they widen this right at that 5 Eastern. But yeah, this was just nasty. When I seen this move, for one, the girl in my group I was mentioning to you, Amber, she actually texted in the group and she said, man, they gapped me out. And I didn't want to say, well, you're supposed to close that at 3:55 because I was actually doing something. But I did message her back later, and I was like, see, I'm loving your journey because you're going through all the motions, right? Yeah. And I said that because that's exactly why I don't do that, because they're going to gap you out. Right? And it's nothing when you're on a smaller account, right? Like, maybe it's like a 5-10K account where, you only up like 80, $100, but when you got you $100K account, and that's you up, let's say $800, $900, $700, somewhere around there, maybe $1,000, and then they gap you out and that happens, that sucks.
Oh, that absolutely.
Sucks. Like that's hard. That's a hard pill to swallow when they pull a move like that. So I'm just trying to explain that, you want to, even though you don't have a 100K account right now, probably you want to trade as though you do, right? Because you want to start the same way as how you're going to finish this later on. So just get into the groove of not doing that, because again, this is exactly what will happen. And sometimes you got to tell people, right? Like the stove is hot. They might know it's hot, but they got to touch it on their own to really know that it's hot. Like, yeah. Because I'll tell you, and it won't mean the same, right? But yeah, anyway, as you guys can see, this was the exact intended move from yesterday that we was looking at and that we were in, right? Just beautiful, beautiful trade. W off the 200 long. The exact move that you would expect in this part of the cycle. 5,200 cross, looking for that to the upside, that is. Looking for that nice, beautiful W off the 200. The only thing about this was, again, is they held it. They held it long enough to not get the full run, right? So kudos to them for getting everybody with that. Because I know they got a lot of people, right? Maybe it didn't get them if they left their stops like below and they never moved their stops, but that's just not smart to do. Yeah. But beautiful move here for sure. But yeah, other than that, I didn't really have too much. I didn't take any trades today. I was looking at what in the world is that? What was that? Look at my computer. Oh, that was crude oil. So I was looking at this, right? Because you can kind of see this move here. If this sets up, I will take this. I don't trade crude that much because it really just doesn't be setting up. But as you can see, just how GN was, right? Once you get this 5,200 cross, you're looking for that W. And we got the first leg put in here, right? It's up. We want to see that second one, retest this, and go up to these highs. All right, we already got the outside the band here. Want to see something come down inside the band. Market baseline is already below the static for this reload. This would be nice. This would be a nice setup to take. In fact, I'm going to
send it up.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is the only one I was looking at for today. It obviously has not set up yet, so it's kind of taking a minute. I'll put here in 200. But yeah, guys, that's pretty much it for me. I didn't have too much of anything going on today. It was really, really, really slow for me.
I mean, it looks like, if I had the time, it looks like it would have been actually quite a good trading day. I'll show you. Sadly,
I hope it's not a podcast that costs you thousands again.
No, right. But sadly, even tomorrow, I doubt I'll be able to trade because I've, again, all day pretty much booked up with podcasts and interviews. So looks like that's it for me this week. But you never know. I might spot something today in the session. Mm-hmm. Unlikely because it's just not pulling back. I mean, the only place I would want to buy into again would be all the way down here. Oh, can you not see my screen?
Oh, it just came up.
Oh, it just came up. Okay, my bad. Yeah, it's just not pulling back, is it? like the only place. Damn it! I haven't got my little drawing thing, the little drawing program. All right, I'm gonna have to use Trading Views. Little, I don't know where it is. Is it here somewhere? Brush. Here we go. Let me add that to my favorites, and I can easily. All right, cool. Yeah, the only place I would want to start buying again would be here, and I highly doubt we're going to have a pullback into here today. So I don't know. Today might not be, unless I'm looking at micro scalping.
Right.
I can't see. If I drop down to like the 1 minute, I might be able to spot like a very quick scalp. But if I go back to the actual start of the day, and how am I going to do this? Let's do bar replay, actually. I've never done bar replay. Oh, no, here it is. All right, to the open. Let's see how the volume and everything looked. Ooh. Oh, yeah. See, even that is difficult, actually, to trade. There's no real gaps in volume. The only gap I spot is right at the bottom here. And there is one, I would say, here, ever so slightly a gap. There's actually a gap on the day from open close. Right here is a gap as well. So these would be the three areas I would kind of look out for. And then depending on, sugar cubes, what have I done? Let's go back. I clicked the wrong button. See, straight away, as soon as that candle got in, it filled that gap. So it's not any more gapping. So that would be a dead zone. Ideally, I'd want it to come back down to here in order to buy. Or once it breaks above, once it's filled this gap, if it comes back to retest it. So if it breaks through here, comes back and does that, then I'll probably look for a nice buy position. Can I just click that? Oh, beautiful. My God, it really is choppy. The hell just happened? Did you see that? That was insane. It just went boom, boom, boom. Damn. What is this area? Why have I got that? There's a separate gap from back in the day, but I wouldn't have. This is old and dead. I can move that. Yeah, there'll be nothing really. It's just not anywhere. I guess it rejected off. It filled the gap at the top from the day, but I maybe I potentially would have shorted it. It depends what the footprint would have looked like, actually. When did that happen? You can't bar replay on footprint. Okay, well, that's annoying. All right, when did that happen? That was 3 o'clock my time. Let's have a look. See what the footprint was saying around then.
It will be nice if we could backtest with the footprint. Like if I remember, like you cannot backtest with the footprint, just candlesticks.
Silly. And this is the thing, when it's like just looking at it now, it's hard to know because this is how it closed, right? But what I'm not seeing is actually how these numbers changed in real time. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like as the candle is developing, like I want to see, like, was that 900 always, did it just jump from like 100 to 900? Did it go from, was it at 1,500 and it dropped to 900, indicating sellers, absorbed a lot of it? Yeah. You don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
is it at once, or is it one person who, let's say, bought 900, or is it separate? Yeah.
This is the thing. Like, the footprint is something, if you look at it in real time, you get so much more information. If you just look at it from like in the past,
right?
Like,
it's hard to tell.
Yeah, this could have been, all right, it's minus 32 now. It could have at some point been plus 600. Now, if it went from plus 600 to minus 32, that's a good indication. Sell the damn thing. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, short it. So, but just looking at this, I wouldn't have wanted to short it. If these numbers were just static, there's nothing until maybe that 400, but the wick is a bit high. It looks like it rejected a bit, so I probably wouldn't have been that confident shorting it.
Yeah, up and down, up and down, up and down. Like this thing's indecisive.
Maybe as the bigger numbers started coming in, 300, 300, 200, all stacked together, bang, bang, bang. Maybe this candle here would have been a good place to short the market, potentially. And then I would have had my stop like at the top, and I probably would have targeted. I would have targeted probably the next gap. I mean, there's so many of, well, not so many, but it's hard to see. Here we go. So there's a tiny little gap right there. Tiny, tiny one. So that would probably be the safest place to target if you're going to be something like that then. Which is not terrible. But again, would that have played out? Nope. Stopped out. But again, like in real time, who knows? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Let me just move that.
As you said, Sam, like it's really important to watch like the delta like in real time, because you don't know like if it happened at once or is it happened like during before the candle close. Is it 500 at once, or it was 200, 200, 200? So that's true.
Yeah, and especially like here where you had 600 and 400 on the delta on the sell side, but the next candle was bullish. That's never a good sign. If you had that much pressure or that much sell pressure, but they aren't able to push it lower, that's generally a good sign. Yeah, the sellers are do you know what I mean? Losing a lot of and considering how, what's the word, how choppy the market was, you probably would get a bit nervous if that happened and potentially get out around this area, especially once you start seeing buyers coming in and easily pushing the market up. Yeah, probably want to get out. But again, without the real-time playback of it actually happening. But if it came back to retest this area, that's potentially a nice place to, I would say, to buy. And it looks like, was there any, okay, there was a gap now formed here. I'm just looking if there's any other opportunity to potentially buy. Oh, did we just skip 1 minute? Let me go back. Because I didn't actually look at the volume from here. I just want to see the volume. All right, there was a gap right there. Oh, why did it change again? That's weird. What is going on? Let it load. Now, yeah, it takes a few seconds to update. Right. Okay. Nothing there. Right there. Oh, why did that change? Now that's weird. Maybe go to the 5 minute. Maybe I can see it happen. Maybe it happened so quick, but I saw a nice gap formed right there, but it keeps disappearing every time you skip a candle. All right, it's not there. There it is, right there. Let me get rid of this. Oops. Right there. You see that little gap just wedged between those bigger ones? That's the retest right there. You can see it on the 5 minute. So if that happened, and then 1605, 405, where are we? Ever so slightly. Yeah, so we had huge buyers come in, 800. Again, hard to see until it forms, but oh, I mean, right there, 1,000 coming out from it. Woo, that would be a beautiful buy. You put your stop just there. We go. Clear as day. That would have been a great entry. Be quite high away from it, but that's fine. And then where would you target next? I guess these highs would be a good place to target. All the way up here would be a nice place to target. And well, we already know that would pretty much work out, but that would have been a nice, yeah. And then it never really came back. So that would probably be the only proper trade. Again, probably wouldn't have held it to the take profit, but
yeah.
Ooh, there's a really nice gap. Oh, tell a lie, there's even a better one. Now that is like, if the market's trending and you see this in the volume profile, see how it just drops, like lots of volume, no volume, lots of volume. That low volume squashed. If it comes back, sadly it didn't quite come back into there. It got really close, but if it dipped into that, it would reject so quickly. Like it will shoot off like a rocket 9 times out of 10. That is I love playing that kind of setup. Maybe it did, because sometimes the thing about the volume profiles, it moves as the market moves. So you have to always look at it. So, so there it is. See how it's a bit higher up at this point? And then if you go to the next candle, yeah, there we go. It does dip into it. Perfect. Does dip into it. And the moment it touches it, off it goes. That would have been
Sam,
great.
like you used just like the gaps and the delta. Like you don't use, like, let's say, price action sessions, like size of candle. No.
Yeah, I mean, I use price action in terms of like, is it trending? Is it going sideways? Like if we're near like an obvious high or something like that, like general like structure of the market. But otherwise, I'm only trade gaps. I also pay attention to where the point of control is. So if the point of control and how where the point of control moves to, right? Because it's now here, the point of control, but that's because during open, all this chunk right here, like this massive choppiness, it's obviously the most heavily traded area. Now, if we're trading above that, it's generally speaking, you don't want to be shorting the market, right? You want to be buying, as long as it's like got trending structure, you want to be buying, just waiting for a pullback buying. Now, if we're at the point of control, you kind of don't want to be jumping in a trade, just because you're going to get choppiness if you're at the point of control. Expect ranging at the point of control. The further away you are, the kind of smoother the market moves in a weird way. But then you also have to recognize where's the point of control in the past. So here's a really big one, you know, like, so we are technically, but you got to ask yourself, are any of these people still in the market? Probably not. It's been a few days ago. It's not going to have that much of an effect anymore. But like the current day's point of control is always a good idea. It's good to kind of know where you are in relation to that. But yeah, that would have been a beautiful one. What time was that? That was 6:25. So not long after, actually. 6:25. Here we go. So had a nice little pullback. You got a lot of sellers coming in. Then it kind of goes sideways. Again, without seeing the real-time movement, it's hard to kind of gauge. But yeah, just looking at these numbers, there's no real clear. You could make an argument that a lot of sellers would be trapped, especially these sellers right at the bottom here.
Right.
It's never nice. A lot of sell pressure came in, like 600, 300, 300, another 300, 500. But they're just the market sideways, right? It hasn't actually gone anywhere. And then you look at the buyers, on the other hand, they're outperforming the sellers in terms of like how efficient they are pushing the market in their favor. So that's pretty much it. Like the balance is more in the buyer favor. You don't really want to be selling if everyone else is selling or there's loads of sellers and it's just not moving down. You kind of don't want to sell. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because how
you
many
got a
more
lot of zeros at the bottom too? Like just like 3 zeros, 0, 0, 0. That's interesting.
exactly. So that's called a they call it an unfinished auction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, and then you could have like trade up, but just generally speaking, you don't need that much confidence. If the market's trending and you see a gap in volume like that being created and it comes back and dips into it, you don't need the massive amount of confidence to buy it, right? As long as you see some kind of imbalance, as long as you see some kind of like sellers are struggling or buyers are coming in, generally speaking, those are very, very nice trades to take, but they only work in a real trending market, right? If the market's going sideways, it's not going to work. It's
Right.
only works during a trend, and like the stronger the trend, the more chance it has of working. So yeah, that probably would have been like one of those two would have been my position, and it just keeps going. Oh, we have another little pullback, but no gap was really formed during that one. There it is. Kind of formed a bit late. But there it is again, and it pulled back into it. It was a bit delayed, but
like is the size, like how deep is the gap, like in the volume profile? Is it important? Like it plays, let's say this gap with, you can see it's really tiny between two big volume nodes. Like
yeah,
it have more, let's say, impact compared to
yeah, absolutely. Like the more kind of drastic it is, the more effect it has, and it's kind of like more the drop of volume as well. It's kind of two things. So if you have like a volume profile where, like here, for example, right? You see how like here's a huge drop in volume from this node to this one. It's like a massive drop. That will have a similar effect, right? Generally speaking, will have a similar effect, and you can kind of see how price kind of respects that area then, right? And it's struggling to break past it, and it kind of rejects it. Has a similar effect. But if there's higher volume below it again, you get that in a trending market, because as the market pushes up, it's what it means is lots of people traded here. The market pushed up and it kind of just blew right through. It didn't take much. It almost like just gapped. It jumped, right? And then more people jumped in to keep buying. So you get that kind of high volume, low volume, high volume kind of pattern. And that one is like very, it's almost like speed. It measures how quickly you can kind of see it, because you got to remember, like, low volume can just be down to the market not spending much time in that area, right? If the market just jumps from here to here really quickly, that's going to be low volume, because if it was only there for a second, not much transactions are going to take place in that 1 second. If it was there for a minute, the volume is going to get higher, right? So see it kind of as not just the amount traded, but also the time, kind of like what the market profile shows. So it just shows that the market went from here to here really quickly. And you can kind of see it in the candle a lot of the time. You can just see how this just went from here to here, like really quick, bang, bang. It didn't spend much time in that area. So it has that momentum. Do you know what I mean? And if it keeps continuing and it's in a trend, it's just added back up that if it goes back around to that area, it's just going to keep going. And that's kind of...
That's interesting how you use that, the volume profile with the breaking, the retest zone. That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you could, like, I used to at one point trade just using the volume profile. So like, let me just get a clean chart or something like gold. We haven't actually looked at gold. I looked at gold on Monday, didn't we? Oh, it went up. Nice. Let me just get rid of bar replay. I don't need that. Damn, gold went crazy. Went all the way down to this one. But let me just clear all this analysis we're doing back in Monday. So like, I used to just use the volume profile at one point. So what I did is I would use like the 15-minute chart, and I'll just look for a leg, any leg, right? As long as it was a nice leg from the start to the bottom. So you see how it went from there to there. I'd get the volume profile from the start of the leg to the bottom of the leg. And I'll take the most extreme gap, right? Why is this at 33? Should be at 15. And I'll take the most extreme gap, so the furthest one away, which is like here. I'll draw it out. The moment price enters it, like 9 times out of 10, it will reject from it. And you can see it just dipped into it. Boom, and off. Yep. I wouldn't even need another confluence. Do you know what I mean? The only issue with that is you could wait. If you're only trading a couple of pairs, you can wait. Like maybe you get an opportunity once every 2 weeks. Do you know what I mean? Like you want it out then, and this was back in April. It didn't happen until all the way like the end of April, right? So you would have taken like 2 weeks or so before that actually played out. So as someone who wants to like trade daily and stuff, going into the smaller time frames and using the gaps like on the day-to-day basis, you can kind of trade that using extra confluence on the footprint, right?
Right.
But that's pretty much, and then like targeting wise, whenever it came down, I would target the most recent gap. So if I took that area down, right, there was like, all right, there was a gap there, but that's like ridiculous. That one would probably be the most recent one. It's ever so slightly. It's not great, to be honest. So you would target from there to like there. The next decent one would be there, or like the most extreme one would be all the way up here. That would be the next one for an entry. So if it ever got there, boom, there it is. Took ages, but it eventually did get there, right? So always the most extreme one on any big leg, when it touches it, 9 times out of 10, it will just reject, right? Not always. Like here was pretty decent leg up. So you'd look for the most extreme one, which is here. And that one didn't actually kind of work. That one, I don't know what the hell happened here, but huge gap. I mean, it almost worked. It did reject it, and then it went sideways, and then something crazy happened. And like, it doesn't always work out, but if you had like, stops at break even after a certain point, and you kind of, used other risk management, right, but you just wouldn't get that much opportunity generally. Like here's another leg a bit earlier. So if we do that to that, all right, here's the most extreme one on there. When did that one? Did it ever get there? No, it never even reached there yet. But the second most extreme would be this one. So the next one up would be here. And that one rejected just recently. So
yeah, that was a nice one.
Do you know what I mean? That's basically like what I used to do for the longest time. But I was so crap at holding my trades. I would like
you don't say.
I wouldn't even, I'm not even joking. I would like enter at pure perfection, right? Like really good entry, barely any drawdown. My trade would look something like, it would be something like that. And I would have got out like here. Do you know what I mean?
I was waiting like some bigger target right here.
I was so bad at holding it. And then waiting so long for a trade, it just didn't work out for me. Like I was too impatient. I was too. So that's why I kind of adapted the same strategy, but on the smaller time frame, day to day, added with the footprint for that confluence, and that kind of works out for me now. Gives me that rush every day. There's a trade at least, and
nice.
Yeah, and I don't feel too bad if I get out early. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Like just the gaps in volumes every day, not every day, and it works pretty much. Like I haven't tested it on everything, but Forex pairs in general works very nicely. Gold, indices, all that stuff, not a problem. But I still use it on like the higher time frames now, but as like areas where, so for example, like with gold, I'll generally only be looking to buy, right? Because I know that one there, we just rejected off. So I would draw a whole volume profile from this leg down, and I would know where the market might potentially start going bearish. And I wouldn't start looking at going bearish around here. Or if we break above that here, do you know what I mean? So I'll be bullish up until we get here or here. Do you know what I mean? So I have like the bigger areas mapped out where I know the overall longer term direction of what to expect. And that's pretty much it, really.
How close is that to well, I guess y'all looking at the same but with separate things, because more Aymane, you look more for like the delta, I'd imagine, and then Sam, you're looking more for like the gap in volume.
Yeah.
Yeah, just in term of the zones, let's say the areas, I have my specific, let's say, supply and resistance, and Sam, like, instead of supply and demand, he's using, let's say, resistance and support using the low volume node, using the gaps. But both of us were using the delta.
Yeah.
It's so
I
crazy.
use the delta more just for entry, exit, stuff like that. But actually, to like get levels, I only use gaps, really.
Let me share my screen. I'm looking to the NASDAQ just to see if any micro scalp. But still, like, the cluster delta is lagging a lot. So there is how many minutes? 7 minutes left to the 1 hour to close. It's lagging. It's okay. So we will wait to see just how this hourly candle will close. See if we will create this week higher here. Yeah, we are bullish, but now we create this bigger cluster here, this minus 182. So maybe we will come back, create, just to see. I will wait to see how the market will react around here. So there is a big cluster here. Maybe I could trade just a small reaction from this cluster here, this 150, but it have to be the first touch, 21,471. Let's see, 20, but it's 15 minutes. Yeah, and also you can see that this 15 minutes candle, it don't have any wick below. So it will be nice. It will be nice to buy a quick buy here, just a 40 tick, like 40 tick, a 1-to-1 or 1 point something. What you think?
It's actually going down. I might be looking at the trade as well. Let me just load up the chart. Sorry, you can keep your screen on. I just got to load mine up.
Yeah.
So I can have a quick look, see what's crack-a-lacking.
Say, what
can I get it? Can I turn the light and behind me blue? Who knows? Here's my opportunity.
Oh no! Okay, it's working. Okay, it's touching. First touch. Let's see.
Oh,
and I'm in. Stop loss here, lower.
Okay.
Just first touch. Let's see if we will get a nice 1-to-1.
Let's see.
Come on, load.
Yeah, it is possible. Like, you can see here, minus 68, minus 74. We could see a reaction back to those clusters here.
Yeah, I could see that as well.
Yeah.
Just looking for footprint confirmation.
How many minutes left? 4 minutes left. Come on. Okay, it's going. Oh, TP.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, that was quick.
Oh no, I thought it's what I'm saying.
I was like, TP, what?
You get TP already? What? Hold on a second. Like, Amy, you gotta start calling trades in a second.
No. I thought this blue line is my TP. It's sorry guys.
Say, what just happened?
Did you target like one tick or something?
No, this was funny.
That's the ultimate strategy.
Yeah.
Have 100 pip stop loss, 1 pip take profit. You'll never lose.
Actually, I start to like it. Let's see.
Okay. I'm having a
nice.
Look.
Nice.
We are in a gap. We are in a gap has formed. It is looking good. I just want to see those buyers come in, and then I'll be joining you into that buy.
Say, Aymane, that was nearly a perfect setup right here. Like that was like the entry on that was flawless.
Yep. It was, but it's funny. GP.
TP.
Oh, 2 minutes left for the candle to close, so we will see some volatility. Okay, so
waiting for it to drop a little bit more down, and then I'll be happy to buy into it.
No, Sam, come on, Sam. Don't sell the market.
I'm not selling it. No, I want to buy. I just want it to drop like a tiny bit down.
Maybe we get straight continuation. So 1 hour. Ooh.
So I have a little trick with the volume profile. I increase the number of bars, and then I can see exactly where the gap is. And the gap is a little bit lower to where we are. Once it dips into that, I'll be happy just to buy it.
Yeah. Actually, there is more big clusters here. So I will wait just. I don't know if this 0 here is real or not, or it's just lagging. But let's see. Now there is 2 options, because we have big clusters here at the low, or we will get straight continuation.
Oh, here it is. All right, I'm buying.
Yeah,
I'm in. Come on, come on. It's lagging. Bad price, but never mind. I'm in. And I'm going to target the last high.
It's good. 86 at the low here. It's good. So let's see how this 5 minutes open. If it's open and break this again lower, it will be a tough one. Okay, we are rejecting.
I have a very tight stop. But I am in the trade.
This 1 hour candle is okay. This 1 hour candle close. Let's see. Yep.
It doesn't look good, but I've seen those candles.
Yep. No. Let's see.
Come on, buyers, get in, jump in.
Say, come on now.
I got a super tight stop. If you want to see my screen, just let me know. I'll happily share
please.
it.
I will get stopped out now, and I'm stopped out.
I'm almost. My stop is a little bit. Oh God, I'm opening Play Store now. What am I doing? Why am I zoomed in again? I got like a million things happening. I just got stopped out, but too late.
I think now we will get a reaction, but when we look at the price, the 1 hour candle, the way it closes.
So the next area I really want to buy would be here. To be fair, there was no real footprint confirmation to buy. I just got stuck in the moment of a bit of bit of gambling, but
yeah, but I trade just the reaction of that cluster. That's the idea of that trade. Just 150, I think, green cluster. Just I was trading the reaction, and there is now 200. Oh, you are sharing there. Okay.
The sellers are absorbing it. Went from 200 back to 97, 89. Sellers are coming in 100. Buyers are trying to push it. 200 back to 200. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Let's just have a quick look at the structure. 12 minutes on that candle, so that wick I'm not taking it as gospel. 200. All right, might be okay to enter. Come on. Oh, why is it lagging?
Actually, it could be a nice short, but not from here. We will come back higher.
Because we never really closed into it. Oh, that's terrible. What's going on? 400 at the top. No, that's terrible. And do not go away from that 400. Nah, see, that's really bad. If you got a cluster, big cluster like 400 at the top there, and then it moves away from it, that's bad if you're in a buy. You do not want to be stuck in that. So that is definitely an out. The next area to buy for me, like this has pretty much been filled now, would be all the way down here.
Well, I don't know if ES is the same, but we had a really big cluster and we are pushing straight
or sellers
lower. Yeah, minus 122. Oh, ES is holding. Okay. Okay.
Relatively big, but nothing. The thing is, it could still very much be a buy right now because we haven't actually broken this area, right? This area is still kind of holding. But because it's the most closest area and we've had 2 bars down already, it's leading me to believe that there's going to be a bit more of a retracement, right? So you really want to be looking at like these more extreme gaps, right? Like this one further down, this one down here, or even this one. Like these ones are going to hold much more weight than the most recent one, right? Just because, like, remember when I was saying earlier, I only traded the most extreme ones. So the ones further away have like the probability of it rejecting increases like the further away it is. Does that make sense? The ones really close by, unless the trend is super strong. So like if this trend was like, if this wasn't red and this was all just green, and we just got like a tiny little bit movement down and the trend is really powerful, then yeah, sure. The closest one, generally quite good. But if we're now in an active retracement down, like this is the one you kind of want to be trading, or depending on how harshly it moves down, this is the next one you kind of want to trade. Does that make sense? And then there are more below, but you don't want to pick the closest one. You want to pick the ones further way down. Let the trend go down. It's similar to like Fibonacci, right? Like if you were to do a fib, let's say here's where it started really on that wick. If you were to do like a fib, a Fibonacci, right? You wouldn't buy on the 0.2 or the 0.3, right? Generally, they say like the 05 or the 06 is the kind of golden zone, right? So similar to that kind of concept. But say the trend is so powerful and you just have like a minor retracement, not even a retracement, just like a wick going down a little bit. The 0.3 might be a good place to enter, right? Depending how powerful that trend is. Because it might not retrace all the way down to the 0.6. So you got to like play it by ear on how the market's actually moving. No different to these gaps, right? So I wouldn't be interested until it really gets down here. That would be a much better spot to enter. So you can set an alert like here. And then I can move this down to like 15 just so I can see if there's a bigger gap altogether. And there is not a great one, and that's exactly, this black line is exactly where the gap starts within that bigger gap. So yeah, if it gets back down to like around this black line, that'll be a nice trade. Now, where to target? Yeah, it's a tough one. You can target a high. That would be the most obvious spot. But if you want a micro scalp, I would do a volume profile of the whole leg, like the leg down, and then find within that volume the smartest place to actually trade it. But it is struggling to break this area. Sorry, Michael?
See, I think I might have something right here actually on Euro CAD.
Yeah, if you want to jump in. It is struggling to break that area, to be fair. And the buyers are coming in quite strong. Bit of consolidation. It might still reject in that area, but we'll see.
There is a cluster that the NQ will touch now at 21,463. Maybe we could see a small reaction. I'm not sure, but
you looking to sell or buy?
No, to sell, but I will wait for. Oh, okay. There is some big cluster. Oh, miss it with the tick.
I gotta update my color. We're red right now. We're red.
No.
I haven't seen that red light in a while. It's depressing.
That's good.
Honestly, doesn't really matter. I didn't actually enter on my live account, so this is just paper trading. So.
Right.
Doesn't hurt.
56, 55.
Well, it's not bad. $116,000, not bad. I mean, it does look like it wants to reject it, to be honest, but I'm not. I wouldn't want to. Realistically, I want to wait till it gets down here, and then I can have a really tight stop. This would actually be a very nice trade. I also want to know why it stopped at the top here randomly.
Russia deployed 640,000 troops in war against Ukraine, but that's it. Nothing else.
I just realized something. This is why you always got to double check. Look at this. This is silly of me. So this blue box that I drew a long time ago, right? 1 minute. Is that even? I drew it wrong. That's not a gap. The gap is above it right here. You can see how that's smaller than that one. That is where it should be.
Yeah.
Which would mean we are in a resistance zone, which means we haven't actually cleared it. This is the real zone. How the hell did I misdraw that? That's shockingly bad of me. But
so for me now in term, if you go please Sam to 1 minute, I think ES also is same.
1 minute footprint or 1 minute?
No, they're just candlesticks. So it's breaking down. And, it's not. ES is not same like NQ. Okay, no, never mind.
Do you want to see the 1 second shot?
1 second.
Yeah, it's the 1 second shot.
No, I said not like NQ.
So if you look carefully on the 1 second, we have this beautiful trend line right here. And it's just broken the trend line. We got support right here. So you want to buy into that. 2 seconds up. I wonder if you could trade the 1 second chart. That would be insane.
Yeah, I bet those people got very, very high blood pressure.
Everything just looks tragic. Look at that. Like, you're like, whoa, look at this movement. I wonder if the volume profile works on the 1 second, actually. It does.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Whoa. And there is a big gap there. Look, like it respects it. Like,
I want to see if it actually respects that.
I'm gonna say you might have just created a new strategy live, Sam.
Yeah, like a bot. Like a bot.
We're in it. We're in it. Get that. Come on, drop down. Drop down. Yes. It worked. Oh no, not quite. Come on, just flood down. That would. There we go.
Yeah, you
1
get
second.
your 1 tick.
1 second trading. That is insane. If there was no such thing as a spread, I mean, maybe could work. That is nuts. 1 second. And it blew. You would have got stopped out right away.
Yeah.
There you go. Stop loss hit on the 1 second chart.
Right past it.
Makes the 1 minute look so structured and.
Dang, that's crazy.
It is pushing down. Interesting.
I think it's time we pull out the big guns and use the Kagi chart.
Yeah, the snake one.
The Kagi. Oh, what the hell is the Kagi talking about? It's telling us we're all the way up here. Oh no, it's got like a. Not bad. Not bad at all.
The Kagi.
The Kagi chart. All right. Well, I got an alert set, so if it does go near my area, I can react when it does it. But as for now, I'm not interested in it.
Okay. It is like there is some strong sellers, like they are really pushing.
Yeah.
So no way buy this.
I've got to say hello to Robert and Andre. You guys are here again. We weren't ignoring you. We're just I don't know, very
Kagi cards.
Exactly. We're doing some Kagi analysis.
Right. Andre said GBP USD. Yeah, I can get the screen and mark it up for him really quick.
Sure.
I think we went over it earlier. Oh, you just got on here 152. Okay, yeah.
Small reaction. This is my last one, just to see if you will get a reaction or not.
Yeah. Take your time.
Oh, it's approaching the area now. It's approaching. Now we're in an area where I'll be looking for heavy buyers jumping in. This whole area is in now.
Can I share some just to see
if I will get stopped out?
Stopped out again. Yeah, so you can see here, this is the 1 hour delta chart. So I am just trading the reaction of this cluster here. There is another one lower. So if we will come, I think why I put this big target was. Yeah, and then, but there is definitely like strong selling pressure, and I want just to trade the reaction and go break even. So again, the 1 hour, just this big cluster right here. If we check like the way we are coming down, big cluster continuation, where is the biggest cluster on this candle? It's way above here, so that's why I will not hold it. Actually, it gave me 40 ticks, but no, it is what it is.
The worrying thing for me is, although we had a massive push up today, for me it still isn't bullish. All we've done today is tapped into a big resistance zone, a gap in volume, and we've rejected down onto it, and we're pushing down from that zone. So
yeah,
do you see what I mean? Like I would, if I was to buy into this market right now, which you can definitely short scalp buy into it, but yeah, I'd be very cautious to be like getting out, because to me right now, my alert just went off. To me right now, this is a seller's market right now.
Yeah. So we had some big cluster here, was respected. Yeah, trade the reaction, but we are not holding. Yeah, back to you. And also when you see like this price, is there any news first? Is there any something? No, just normal price.
Right.
So
Aymane, you got stopped out 2 times. It's just normal price.
So it got to be the news or something. No, it's just normal price action.
Just normal price action. Come on, it's just normal price.
No, definitely.
Aymane saying choppy price action is better for you.
Trending markets.
Price. No.
No trends, only choppiness. But yeah, until we actually break above this blue area, I wouldn't want to, like long term, wouldn't be looking to buy. We're in a short area right now. For me, this is a gap in volume. I'm expecting a reaction off this area. I had it drawn wrong all this time. It was so stupid of me. I drew it wrong. I don't know how I messed that up, but I had it one node down when the gap is. It's not a strong area, but there is still a gap after a massive move down. That's the gap. I had it drawn like this all this time. So I thought we broke past it, but it's actually all the way here. So silly mistake. Lucky it didn't cost me anything, but because that, depending on which side you are, it gives me the sentiment. Do you know what I mean? Am I buying or selling? Depends on which side of that area I am at. But there is, to me, it's a seller's market. So if anything, I'm looking for it to push bid up so I can short it now, rather than the opposite. So it'd be nice if we pushed up into that area again, and then potentially a short. That would be nice. That would be more ideal. Am I expecting a reaction off this black line? There is a small gap there. If it touches that black line, I expect a bit of a reaction, but will it be like enough to warrant a trade? Maybe it might go back up to this area, but we're talking like micro scalping. And by the time you see actual like confirmation from the footprint, it will probably be way too late. Like the footprint won't give you confirmation until it's like much higher up, and then your risk reward will be so off
that it makes no sense at that point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the thing with micro scalping.
It's really strong on the 1 minute, at least on the NQ. It's strong bearish, like big cluster continue. So the reversal, like the reversals are like to trade the reversal on this type of price. Like if you check the 1 minute later, not on the NQ, you will see like it's not pushing down, retracing, pushing down, retracing. No, it's pushing down, maybe one green candle and continue pushing down.
Yeah.
So
what you can do, let's do a limit order, 5929. 592. What was it? Oh, it's already moved away now. 21. Sorry. can't even do it. Oh man, how do you do this? I've never. Oh, there we go. I don't know what I've done. Oh, how many have I added? What was I've never used this limit or the thing. Oh, okay, I've added way too many. Who cares? We'll do that.
Robert said, I love micro scalping, but I recently decided that I need to make sure that I intraday trade on one account and scalp on different ones. That's exactly what I do personally, like scalp in one account, and one account take more, let's say, an intraday or more longer trades.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But if we do go up into this area, be a nice short position there waiting for me. Ideally, I'd want to sell the market and buy it. But if I have to buy it, I'd buy it. Well, that black line, like, I expect a very quick reaction to it, but probably not much. This area will be the next area where there'll be a decent reaction.
Just imagine we will take out the lows of the day again. just imagine someone is holding a swing trade and now like he will come back to zero. Yeah,
but look, I mean, I wouldn't put it past it. If you're looking at this in the longer time frame, we had this huge build-up consolidation for the last few days, right? It's come down, also taken out, a gap, taken out the liquidity below, shot up, whipped up, taken out the liquidity above. There's a gap there, and now it could potentially continue all the way down for a bit. Like, I can see that happening. The market does that all the time. Who knows?
Imagine Sam, like, and Michael, like, we sell off from there to the gap that we created on the Sunday open.
Yeah,
it will be crazy. How many points is there?
It could very well do it.
Yeah, everything is possible.
Anything is possible. Think about how the market's been in the last
1,000 points.
The markets have been crazy. Anything is possible.
1,000 points. Yep.
We could be approaching that area for a sell. I think we're going to run out of time. I don't think there'll be time, unfortunately, but that would be I wouldn't really want to be buying just because of that gap. Until we clear that area, then sure, buy all day long. But as for now, we're in an indecision zone, so to speak.
Michael, what do you think about the scalping, like, for you? Like, it's...
I think it's funny to me, right? Because I'm more into holding for the moves, right? Like, scalping is like, it seems just shorter, right? Like, it got like a lot more room to go. I wouldn't want to cut it off that early or like exit the trade. Especially if you imagine scalping, right? And it's for me, let's say coming out of peak high, going into level 1, and you're scalping level 1. This thing has a lot of space to go to the downside. I want to catch as much of that as possible. And if I was scalping it, I mean, I wouldn't catch a lot of the move. So to be honest, that's like the only style that I really haven't tried. I'd say I tried swinging. That's how I know I don't like swinging, because I don't want to pay the swap. And again, like yesterday, when you get gapped, I don't want to have to worry about that. I don't want to go to sleep with a position on. I don't want to have to wake up in the middle of the night to check positions, and I feel like I wouldn't sleep the same.
Yeah. No, actually, the intraday trading is in the middle, and it's good, because also scalping, you can lose it quickly. Like, if you are not careful, really careful, like you can lose like everything quickly. For me, like, that's when I take like 2 consecutive losses, just I stand up just maybe go take a small break before maybe adding one last one or two. So it's really, it gets to you quickly with scalping, and no matter
and it
how
seems
good
a lot
you are,
easier to overtrade with scalping. It's like you
massively.
can fall into that easily.
Yeah.
Massively.
Yep.
No, it's like over trading and scalping. Like it's like for me, like now and then still time to time I overtrade. Just yeah. Yeah. And
like
for example,
overtrading and revenge trading. If you scalping, it seems like you probably won't even notice it until the day's over with. Sometimes.
It's like to be honest, like if you take for example maybe 10 trades, 20 trades, like for sure there is 2 or 3 of them there is a little bit of, let's say, gray area, like maybe got lucky on one, maybe I revenge in this one and got lucky, but majority, of course, like you cannot be profitable consistently profitable. Of course you are doing majority, like you are doing it good. So yeah, but sometimes it happens, just you lose it. Just you should control yourself to not, let's say, reflect much on your PNL. That's the one rule. Let's say yes, you can let's say lose it a little bit and yeah, take 1 or 2 trades that are not respecting the plan because it's scalping, but it should not reflect much your PNL. But for the intraday, like the way I take like intraday trades, this one, like it's more strict because just you take 1 or 2 trades, maybe if it stop you out and still valid after 5 minutes, you take another one. This one is clear, like 1, 2 trades and done. But scalping, like it's more, let's say,
like a lot more opportunities there. Like if it's still in that zone or that area. Like for me, I think day trading, intraday trading just fits my personality perfect. Like, it's kind of like the 3 bears thing, right? Like it's not too hot, it's not too cold. For me, it's right in the middle. Like it's perfect. I got enough time to wait for my setups because mainly I'm trading on a 1 hour candle. So if a trade doesn't confirm, like I can almost predict if it will, right? Because I'm taking it at the top of the hour basically. Normally 9, 10, 11. I'm not really taking trades outside of the top of the hour, unless I'm taking the ID 50, right, which is the 15 minute. But even then, it's still 15 minutes to kind of decide, versus like so quickly. And I don't want to wait forever, like on the daily or the 4 hour or the weekly. You know what I mean? Like, man, you get like 1 trade a quarter.
And the thing with micro scalping, like because of the spreads. When you get to that kind of level of micro scalping, you're like the moment you enter, like a lot of time, even if you got 1-to-1, the reality is you're actually risking 1 and your profit will be like 0.5 because you know what I mean? Like the spread alone can be huge, or commission or whatever, right? Depending on your broker. But
like what is, let's say, the duration of micro scalping? Because I think what I'm doing is not micro scalping. So it's micro scalping. Okay.
Like I call myself a scalper, but I'm in for like an hour at most. You know what I mean? So like 20. I'll say anything like 10 minutes to like 30 minutes to an hour scalper. Anything above an hour intraday. Anything below like 5 or 10 minutes, you're a micro scalper.
Right.
Anyway,
I lost my hair.
Right.
Guys, it's been a good session as always.
Right.
Hopefully tomorrow get some trades in. I don't think I will, but who knows? So you guys, you gotta get some good trades in. Have something to show tomorrow. It'll be awesome.
For sure.
Sure. Oh, tomorrow is Friday.
Oh.
Michael and I were in early holiday.
Yeah. Maybe not.
We'll do some We'll do micro scalping tomorrow. It's fine. We'll fill the time. All right, guys. Have a good one. Robert,
thank you, guys.
Andre, take care, guys.